You are on the Six Screens Telenetwork, the go-to site for your infinite source of precise, reliable, and factual material exposing the Watchtower organization.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome in to our midnight show. We have Linda James, your favorite apostate, Aposta Babe. Her program burns the midnight oil right here on the Six Screens. So, hello, Linda James.
Hi, Rick. How's it going?
Well, I'm telling you what, Linda, we are
Look
doing
at you.
great.
You can't even get your women straight. I'm Linda.
What are they, after 7 hours of going here? I can get the mix up. But I'm glad you're on with
That's
us.
okay.
And we're going to have a great program tonight. Everything's going to be wonderful. And I'm so glad that you can do this. We have a lot of people that are still listening in. So I'm going to cut you loose. And I know some of these people will want to speak up and talk to you. So I'm here if you need me. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rick. And I really appreciate being able to be part of this platform of yours. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. This is Apostate Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And I am telling you that I am your favorite apostate because if I keep telling you enough, I'm going to convince you that I am. And this is a form of brainwashing. Because the more you hear something repetitively said, you begin to think it yourself. So I just wanted to let you know I am ethically giving you some brainwashing, okay? So there's that. Earlier this week, I get Google alerts, and I get these alerts on Watchtower Bible and Tract Society or Jehovah's Witnesses. And a lot of times they end up being alerts on obituaries and stuff like this. Sometimes it's things that the organization is promoting out in the newspapers or whatever, and it'll take you, when you get onto the link, it'll take you to their site, you know. But this one case that came up, I just thought it was really odd, and I wanted to share it with you. So I'm going to kind of stumble through this case because I'm reading from the actual court files, okay? So I just wanted to read this through to you and then get your opinion on it, okay? This is bright on my face. Sorry about that, you guys. But yeah, so this is the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Determination and notice of rights. And it says to Mr. Saville, Saviel, Colon, and this is in Boston, you know, close to where Rick lives. He mentioned that you might have heard him say that this situation happened close to him. And so I'm going to read some more of this. Determination of charge. The EEOC issues the following determination. The EEOC will not proceed further with its investigation and makes no determination about whether further investigation would establish violations of the statute. This does not mean the claim has no merit. This determination does not clarify that the respondent is in compliance with the statuses. I'm getting myself nervous, so I'm going to slow down. Sorry about that, guys. The EEOC makes no finding as to the merits of any other issues that might be construed as having been raised by this charge. Next headline, notice of your right to sue. This official notice from the EEOC is of dismissal of your charge and of your right to sue. If you choose to file a lawsuit against the respondents in this charge under the federal law in federal or state court, Your lawsuit must be filed within 90 days of your receipt of this notice. Receipt generally occurs on the date that you or your representative view this document. You should keep a record of the date you receive this notice. Your right to sue based on this charge will be lost if you do not file a lawsuit in court within 90 days. The time limit for filing a lawsuit based on a claim under state law may be different. If you file suit based on this charge, please send copy of your court complaint offices on behalf of the commission, and it gives the address. Now, this is issued on August 30th, 2022. So let me get into what it's talking about, okay? So the plaintiff is the civil person, and then the defendants are the city of Boston, okay? And this is for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Superior Court Department Civil Action Number. They don't have a number there. Complaint and demand for jury trial. That's what this person is doing, making up a complaint and demanding a jury trial. I just got done reading you, I believe, the result of this whole thing, but I apologize. I'll just continue. 1, at the time hereinafter mentioned, the plaintiff's hereinafter, the plaintiff was and now is a citizen of the United States with a dismissal located in the certain county of Massachusetts. The defendant, City of Boston, is a body politic. The defendant, City of Boston, is a body politic having its principal office at 1 City Hall Square, Boston, Massachusetts. So remember, the defendants is the City of Boston, and the plaintiff is Mr. Colon, okay? Number 3, Boston Police Department is a municipal department of the defendant City of Boston, having its principal office at Boston Police Headquarters. I'm going to skip the address and just say that it's in the that it's in Massachusetts. Facts. The plaintiff has been employed as a police officer for the City of Boston since December 2019. Prior to being hired, the plaintiff was a Jehovah's Witness for more than 10 years and is still a practicing Jehovah's Witness. Plaintiff disclosed this fact to defendants throughout his hiring process. Remember, he started in 2019, okay? So I'm going to go to the next page here. As a result, the defendant's actions, plaintiff has suffered financial and emotional distress. Hold on just a second. I need to go backwards here. I think I got, nope, yep, I got pages. These pages were not in the right order. So now I have found page 2. That's why I started with the end paper. Okay, throughout the plaintiff's practicing as a Jehovah's Witness, he did not take any vaccines because it's against his sincerely held religious belief. Did you hear that? On August 12th, 2021, plaintiff received by email a copy of defendant's COVID-19 policy. Hereinafter, vaccination is going to be called vaccination policy. I'll probably just call it policy, okay? Requiring all employees to obtain a C-19 vaccine by October 4th, 2022, or agree to submit to a weekly testing. If the employee failed to apply, they would be placed on unpaid leave and be subject to discharge. The The V policy included a process for request for religious and medical exemptions. Do you hear that? So this policy that he's been and the other police officers have been asked to comply by also included a process for request for religious and medical exemptions. On September 20th, 2021, plaintiff submitted a letter to defendant requesting a religious exemption to be exempt from the C-19 vaccine and testing due to his sincerely held religious belief. So he's asking to be exempt from the testing plus the C-19 V policy, okay? Whereas we read earlier, it was like if you're not going to take the C-19 vaccine, then you need to be tested on a regular basis, okay? So he shows up with an exemption to not be tested nor take the vaccine. And let's not forget he's a police officer, okay? This is a Jehovah's Witness police officer, okay? So now I gotta find my place. Plaintiff received email copy of defendant's C-19 vaccination policy, hereinafter V policy, requiring all employees to obtain, I've already read that. Vaccine policy includes a process for request for religious and medical exemption. On September 20th, 2021, plaintiff submitted a letter to defendants requesting religious exemption to be exempt from C-19 vaccine and testing due to his sincere held religious belief. Plaintiff received a confirmation that his request was received and that defendant would get back to him. Number 12, on October 18th, 2021, plaintiff received notification from defendant that he would need to complete a specific form to request a religious exemption. Plaintiff completed, signed, and returned the religious exemption form to the defendant that day. So he did go and get this and returned it that day. Had it all filled out and everything. I'm sorry, this is so confusing, guys. Number 13, plaintiff was on a scheduled vacation the week of October 23rd, 2021 through November 4th, 2021. During his vacation, he received an email from defendant stating that effective October 26, 2022, he was placed on unpaid administrative leave for reason of non-compliance with defendant's vaccine policy. And such communication did not specify when such leave would end. Okay? Now I'm looking for page 3. And okay, number 15. On October 29th, 2021, plaintiff replied to defendant's denial of his request for exemption and requested an accommodation to complete the daily C-19 questionnaire. So evidently they have to fill out a questionnaire on a daily basis too. So he's requesting accommodations for this. Number 16, on October 31st, 2021, plaintiff appealed defendant's decision and remains on unpaid administration leave. On January 3rd, 2022, the V policy was suspended by court action and the testing policy was reinstated pending further court action. within this, we didn't know it wasn't. We didn't know the test policy was any different. So number 17, on or about October 27, 2021, plaintiff was determined and relieved of was terminated and relieved of duty as the city of Boston denied his religious exemptions. Number 18, upon information and belief, other employees of defendants similarly situated were not placed on unpaid administrative leave while their situations were determined. 19, plaintiff was given a Hobson's choice by his employer, effectively placed in a boundless unpaid administrative leave, which is tantamount to termination, but far worse. On November 6th, 2021, plaintiff applied for unemployment benefits, which resulted in a notice of disqualification on December 28th, 2021, stating that plaintiff's claim was disqualified because of defendants placing him on indefinite personal leave of absence. 21. Plaintiff appealed the notice of disqualification from DUA as some was reserved. 22. Plaintiff intended a claim process with EEOC on December 22nd, 2021. EEOC denied not to proceed and issued a right to sue letter on August 30th, 2022, a copy of which is attached to Exhibit A. Okay, so now I'm looking for page 4. As a result of defendants' actions, plaintiff has suffered financial and emotional distress. Defendant's decision on disciplinary action was embarrassing and was made policy in front of all of his colleagues at the police station. I'm going to read that again. As a result of defendant's actions, plaintiff has suffered financial and emotional distress. Defendant's decision on disciplinary action was embarrassing and was made publicly in front of all of his colleagues at the police department. Plaintiff has suffered personal hardship and stress on his family and his marriage due to the defendant's discrimination practices. Plaintiff suffers physical effects of stress because of this, including headaches, exhaustion, and sleepiness. Number 25, plaintiff was openly ridiculed for his faith beliefs. Number 26, plaintiff was wrongfully terminated on October 26, 2022. Number 27, plaintiff's wrongful determination has caused him to lose retirement benefits because he was not fully vested. Count 1, detrimental reliance, promissory, I don't know how to pronounce this word, ESTOPPEL, estoppel. Number 28, the plaintiff realleges the foregoing paragraphs 1 to 27 as if set as forth again here. Number 29, the plaintiff relied on the promise of the defendant, all to his great detriment. Count 2, internal mispresentation, deceit. The plaintiff realleges the foregoing paragraphs 1 through 29 as if set forth again here. Defendant, through its agents, intentionally and knowingly made false representations to the plaintiff, and defendant misrepresented the meaning of certain documents, department conditions, and ongoing department practices. Number 23, plaintiff relied on defendant's material misrepresentations to his detriment. I have to read that one again. Plaintiff relied on the defendant's materials representations to his detriment. Number 33, plaintiff, by relying on defendant's misrepresentations, lost his employment and lost any income generated therefrom, as well as future earnings, pension benefits, and health insurance. So now I'm looking for page 5. Found it. Number 34, there was a process for filing an accommodation, and plaintiff's accommodation was wrongfully denied. Count 3, negligence. Number 35, the plaintiff realleges the foregoing paragraphs 1 through 34 as if set forth again here. The defendant, through its agents, negligence, misrepresented to plaintiff the defendant's department conditions and department policies. Number 37, plaintiff relied on said misrepresentations to his detriment. Number 38, as a result of said misrepresentations, plaintiff lost his established employment and the income guaranteed therefrom, as well as future earnings and pension benefits. Number 4, tortious interference with business relationship. Number 39, the plaintiff realleges the foregoing paragraphs 1 through 38 as if set forth again here. 40, defendant tortuously caused interference with plaintiff's income, unemployment benefits, and pension benefits by denying his religious exemption and not get a C-19 vaccine, caused him to be terminated from his job and relieved of duty. Number 5, intentional intentional infliction of emotional distress. Number 41, the plaintiff realleges the foregoing paragraphs 1 through 40 as if set forth again here. 42, the defendant's intentional conduct of giving plaintiff a Hobson's choice, fraudulently inducing plaintiff to rely on its misrepresentation to his detriment, and intentionally denying his religious exception to not get the C-19 vaccine, was extreme and outrageous beyond all possible bounds of decency, and the type of conduct that was utterly intolerable. So now I'm going to see if there's a page 6. I believe the page 6 was the Exhibit A. No, I found it 6. For 43. The defendant with its retaliatory actions intended to cause the plaintiff to suffer emotional distress and or know or should have known that severe emotional distress was likely to result based on its affirm mentioned conduct. Number 44. The action of the defendant were of such a gracious nature that no reasonable person should anticipate or be required to endure. Number 45. Plaintiff relied on said misrepresentation to his detriment. Number 46. As a result of said misrepresentation, plaintiff has suffered depression, anxiety, loss of trust in people, loss of trust in the city of Boston as an employer, low confidence, and has experienced extreme mental anguish. Number 47. Just before that, good faith and fair dealings. Number 47. Plaintiff alleges the foregoing paragraphs 1 through 46 as set forth again here. 48. The defendant wrongfully terminated plaintiff's employment, relieved him of his duty, and caused his financial loss of income and pension benefits and mental distress because of his religious beliefs. 49. Said actions by defendant was wrongful, intentional, and against public policy. Number 50. Defendant violated its duty of good faith and fair dealings. Next one is assault. Number 51. The plaintiff realleges the foregoing paragraphs 1 through 50 as if set forth again here. Number 52. The actions of the defendant placed on plaintiff in fear and he was anticipating immediate bodily harm. Therefore, plaintiff prays that this honorable court, okay, let me find 7. Sorry again, it's out of order. I didn't know it uploaded out of order. It looks like it's, okay, here it is. Enter judgment against the defendant, finding that the defendant's conduct was knowingly and intentionally in bad faith, with knowledge or reason to know that their acts would cause substantial hardship to plaintiff and against the public policy and common law for damages as follows. $2 million. Number 1, $2 million for general damages and cost. Number 2, for general damages in an amount to be determined for emotional distress, embarrassment, humiliation, anxiety, sleeplessness, and emotional trauma. Number 3, for all reasonable attorney fees. Number 4, for all applicable interests herein. And 6, for all other relief this honorable court deems met and just. The plaintiff demands a trial by jury on all counts. Okay? So this is a Jehovah's Witness police officer demanding a jury to hear his situation, jury trial. So that first page that I was reading should have been the last page. Determination of charges. The EEOC issued the following determination. The EEOC will not proceed further with its investigation and makes no determination about whether further investigation will be established. Violations of the statute. This does not mean the the claim has no merit, this determination does not certify that the respondent is in compliance with the statutes. The EEOC makes no finding as to the merits of any other issue that might be considered as having been raised by this charge. And next subheading is notice of your right to sue. This is official notice from EEOC of the dismissal of your charge and of your right to sue. If you choose to file a lawsuit against the respondent on this charge under federal law in federal or state court, your lawsuit must be filed within 90 days of your receipt of this notice. Receipt generally occurs on the date that you and your representative view this document. You should keep this record of this date you receive this notice. Your right to sue based on this charge will be lost if you do not file a lawsuit in the court within 90 days. The time limit for filing a lawsuit is based on a claim under state law may be different. If you file suit based on the charges, please send copy of your court complaint to office on behalf of commissions. So yeah, there's this story. So does anybody have any thoughts on this?
I do. Hi, Linda.
Hi, how are you?
Fine. This is Carrie.
Hi, Clary.
Listen, this is the biggest joke I've ever heard. First
right?
of all, this young guy turns around and he chooses a profession where he is a gun-carrying cop, which could result in him killing somebody. All right. So that's kind of against everything that the Watchtower taught, or the organization, or whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
And then he says that it's against his religious, what was that term? Religious
conscience or faith or whatever to receive vaccines.
That he couldn't take the vaccine. It was against his religious. He needs to have a religious exemption. That's
right.
A joke, because the Watchtower has said they wanted everybody to have the vaccines. What is this
right.
guy? Where's he coming from?
I don't know. That's why I had to read it. I'm sorry I read it so weirdly, but I thought that's why I had to share it with you guys.
Listen, there's something wrong with him. And now he's claiming all these things. I mean, they could blow him away in the court so easily just by finding out what Jehovah's Witnesses believe and what's the common denominator here with the vaccines. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Well,
I agree.
Stupidest thing. I mean, a cop, their life is at risk every day, and so is in everybody else's, because they are carrying the gun and the badges. So he chooses a profession like that.
Right.
I remember years ago that they told us not to have weapons, no guns.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of like, we just couldn't. It was unheard of. I mean, and he chooses a profession like this.
And recently chose that profession, or recently was hired at that police station.
Yeah, in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Well, where is he? And he's from Massachusetts, right?
Yes.
Where in the heck is he getting his information that he
That
can't take the shot? The
this
vaccine.
is hilarious. I know.
He's getting. I,
Yeah.
well,
I,
I'm going to tell you something. He's
I
going to
thought.
lose his case.
Mm-hmm. I'm
Because
very curious how this is going to turn out.
lawyer will do their homework on Jehovah's Witnesses. This is ridiculous.
Right. I totally agree.
He's having a nervous breakdown. Well, isn't that too bad?
Lots of people have had high anxiety and many different symptoms through this last few years, you know, just from that whole experience of, you know, adjusting to this, that, and the other. I agree. But when I was reading it, I was thinking the same thing you were. Now, I've had to stop and tell myself, is he an officer that carries a gun? I'm assuming he is, okay, because it said police officer.
Oh, yeah.
But my friend used to be a sheriff. I used to all the time tell y'all my best friend is a sheriff, right? Well, she worked in the area of intaking. She would intake for people that are going into the jail, and she was behind a big old plexiglass window and everything. So she was just doing intaking. I don't believe. I should have asked her today if she carried a gun. I don't believe she needed to. There's people that simply give tickets, right? And they kind of drive around in their little golf cart thing, and I don't think they need it. Like, I think there's certain things within a police department that you don't need a gun, but when I hear police officer, I'm assuming it's a man with a gun in uniform.
Absolutely. I was brought up by a police. Well, he was my stepfather. From the time I was 8, he went on the force. 26 years, believe me. They carry they carry guns and everything else, weapons, and you know. When you choose a Jehovah's Witness, becoming a cop is the craziest thing I've ever heard of. I don't know what everybody's thinking is today. Maybe because I'm old school. And I don't know what their congregation is thinking when he did this. Why he wasn't spoken to.
Yeah.
This just doesn't make any sense at all.
That's what I thought when I was reading it. It's like, this dude thinks we're new. But would the police department know if he's lying, you know? Maybe they don't. But they keep.
They're going to tear him apart on the stand. Come on.
He's demanding a jury to listen to his case. And from yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Wait. Wait. They're going to tear this apart just with one thing. Do Jehovah's Witnesses take vaccines? All it takes is one to say, yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then when you think
anyway,
about it too,
I listened and I thought, this is getting weirder and weirder.
Right?
I've never heard of it.
Me either. That's why I had to share it with y'all.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there's other people out there that would like to make a comment, but I mean, I held back waiting for you to finish. And
Thank you.
Dumbest thing I
Right now, right? Thank you so much, Carrie. I appreciate your feedback. It was just like a neon sign going wrong.
Thanks for putting up with me. I still have my problems, but
I love you. Love you. You're a delight to have.
Okay, love you too. All right.
Bye-bye. Okay, she's muting herself. Does anybody else have any comment on this person, Mr. Colin, who's a police officer demanding a jury trial because he was dismissed from his job for not complying to the V policy where he worked. Seven 731-731-6701 is the number.
Linda.
Yes.
Just a second, gentlemen. Yes,
God,
yes, Karen.
I was going to say I'm surprised that nobody is calling in.
I know.
I was just about to agree.
Now we have a gentleman. Thank you. Thank you. What do you have to say?
I think, I also think it's ridiculous. And I think it's even more ridiculous in our current system of things that he's asking for a jury.
I agree.
There's going to be any Jehovah's Witnesses on that jury, and pretty much everyone except Jehovah's Witnesses hates Jehovah's Witnesses. And at the moment, people aren't very happy with police officers either.
Right?
So it seems like he's just gone down like a definite lose situation.
Or maybe he's counting on both of those things.
I really hope he fails.
I'm sorry, I spoke over you. What did you say?
I mean, it's good that I think he'll fail. I mean, that's good. But it seems so strange that he's doing it in the first place. No jury is going to say that's okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Strange, very strange. I agree with the first lady that called up. It's very strange and very stupid.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what happens and how it works in America, but in Australia, if I am to sue somebody or do that and I lose, I have to pay for their court fees.
Ooh, I wonder if that would be the case.
So if that's the case for him, that seems even crazier. Okay.
Yeah.
Probably got. He's being kind of manipulated by a lawyer, that just wants money.
Oh, I hadn't thought about it with that angle.
You're definitely gonna win this one, bro.
We're
gonna get it.
Let's see, Officer Cohen. As your lawyer, let's tell him you're a Jehovah's Witness and it's against your religious belief to take a vaccine. Yeah, let's do that.
Maybe he has a lawyer that's on our side. Maybe he does, and the lawyer is just sitting there laughing, waiting and laughing.
Yeah, I'm very curious how this is going to turn out.
Mm.
Hello, Linda.
Hi, Susan. Hi.
Hi. I agree with you 100%. It sounds like it's what they call a frivolous lawsuit. And if it's a frivolous lawsuit, they can't really collect any money. And anyway, the lawyers, they have fact checkers, don't they? And if they would just call the Watchtower Society, the main office, they would say that it was up to the man's conscience whether he wanted a shot or not. And in fact, they promoted them. So I don't know where he has a leg to stand on, except that he'll probably have to pay court costs.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. And I didn't. Wow, yeah. I agree. I totally agree.
I just wanted to agree with you. I think you're right in bringing this up. It shows the kind of people the quality of people who are Jehovah's Witnesses today.
I truly do not.
Really at the bottom of the barrel here. Yeah.
See, I truly do not believe this person is a Jehovah's Witness whatsoever. I believe this police officer is choosing to say he's a Jehovah's Witness and then choosing to say that the Jehovah's Witnesses do not take vaccines, which is not even the case. That's back in Rutherford's days. Back when Rutherford was president. Today, we've been watching the governing bodies say that these ones are all approved and we need to comply with the government and all this stuff. And suggesting some people would lose privileges if they were not were not up to date with their vaccine. So this guy's, just doesn't sound like an ordinary Jehovah's Witness.
I mean, I remember specifically reading on the Watchtower Awake magazine, and it was maybe 20 years ago, talking about how police officers and security guards would have to put their guns down. You weren't allowed to be a witness and carry a gun. So if
That's
he's a
correct.
witness bringing a gun, they could disfellowship him. Why would he admit that in open court?
Which is why I believe this is not a Jehovah's Witness. I believe he's claiming to be one, and claiming to have this should get this,
Right.
exemption. And
Hello?
hi, who's this?
Yeah, this is Jeff. I
Hi,
was going
Jeff.
to say he's just trying to bluff his. Hi. Yeah, he's just trying to bluff his way to keep his job and cover his ass. That's all that was.
I think so too. I mean, as I was reading this, did it not just peak like red flags and neon signs? Obviously, that there's something way off here. I'm like, wait a minute. This is a police officer
If that's
claiming
what
to
he's
be a
doing,
Jehovah's Witness.
if that's what he's doing, he's done. He'll lose so quickly.
Yeah, I'm really curious how this is going to go down. Really curious.
Out the ball that this lawyer of his is going to win, lose, or draw. He's going to be paid.
Oh,
He has
okay.
to be paid. And what does he care? He's got a case.
Yeah. Very true. And I recall,
I honestly think a stupid lawyer has suggested this. Stupidity.
yeah, that
He's gonna get
wouldn't
paid
surprise
for it.
me. And I heard from someone, I don't remember who I was talking to, that said something to the effect that there's going to be a wave of people that, were dismissed from their employment and going to be compensated later. So, and again, I don't remember who told me. I don't even know if this is correct. But if this is the case, then maybe it would make sense that the lawyer made this ridiculous suggestion because he's anticipating that result. Or maybe this guy just thought he was slick and decided to say, I'm a Jehovah's Witness and we don't take vaccines. It's like, oh, no, y'all are taking vaccines this time.
Linda, if he's court-appointed attorney, he's paid by the court,
Okay.
no matter what. And that
Yeah.
guy can tell him this BS, and that I'm sure most lawyers would not know the difference. They know it's pretty well known that witnesses can't get blood transfusions, but as far as vaccines, he probably bluffed his way if it's a court-appointed attorney. But if he got his own attorney, he would have had to come up with some money himself. And
Yeah.
he possibly did, but I'm not saying that a court-appointed attorney wouldn't ride with this and try to bluff the court, and he probably don't even know. I'm just saying.
Exactly.
This
This is
guy is trying to bluff everybody. That's
Yeah.
all he's trying to bluff the court, everybody, and it probably ain't gonna work. So.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. I mean, we with our knowledge know better, but again, we've watched things
Can I
go
just
down.
add another point?
Okay, sure.
Well, one more point I thought as to why it's so stupid that you would be claiming that you're a Jehovah's Witness seeking religious freedom in court is the last times that people remember them doing that have not been really great times. So, like, most people would remember that the last time they complained that they're not getting religious freedom would be, the Royal Australian Commission? So it's even stupider to be jumping in when you're not a Jehovah's Witness, pretending to be a Jehovah's Witness, wanting religious freedom, when everyone remembers the Australian Royal Commission or what's happening in Norway, which also doesn't look good.
Yeah.
So it seems even stupider that you'd be jumping on this ridiculous bandwagon now.
Exactly.
What an idiot. That's my point.
Bottom line is you cannot serve in the military or be a police officer and be a Jehovah's Witness.
Thank you. That was my first thought. I'm like, what? A police officer?
What's that?
That's exactly what I thought when I was reading this the first time. I was thinking, what? A police officer? A Jehovah's Witness police officer?
Law enforcement or the military being a Jehovah's Witness. That is, it's taboo. You can't do it. I was told that.
And I've been told certain...
I wouldn't do it because they told me I couldn't. So anyway.
I've heard the same thing, Jeff, and I've even heard certain security guards, some do carry a guns, and not all of them, but I've heard that security guards that carry a gun have been told to no longer carry a gun. So even owning a gun is supposed to be against the organization, but yet at the same time, I know that there's a certain culture of gun carriers that are, I live in the city, and I think they're more country, and I think it's more the lifestyle of people that go and hunt for food, has a different, a whole freezer that they can fill up, and that's not going to go away even if the Watchtower tells them not to,
Yeah, the elder brought me in a rural community that I'm living back in now. He had a shotgun and he had a rifle. So
yeah,
there you go.
Just real simple.
1920. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Linda?
Yes.
The first 5 minutes that this prosecutor is in this case is going to blow him away. First of all, when this prosecutor gets that case, the first thing he's going to do is check on the status of this man as a Jehovah's Witness.
Ah. Okay.
And he will find out exactly what they believe in.
Yeah.
And when they get to court, it's all over 5 minutes. This prosecutor is gonna, I cannot understand any of this. I really, it's blowing my mind.
Me too.
How he can bring it that far and say the first words out of his mouth, religious exemption. Where is he getting this from?
Yeah, I don't know.
The only exemption we don't have. As far as joining the service, we have that. Yeah. Well, not we, but we did. Well, I hate to say we, but that's part
I understand.
You can't. But seriously, they'll check on the wife, her standing, and everything else. This prosecutor is got a loaded case, and he's going to win.
Well, ma'am, that's if they dig deep enough.
they're going to dig. He's asking for $2 million. Come on, they're going to dig.
Okay, it just depends what's involved. If there's a lot of money, or it sounds like there is, or somebody got killed or hurt or what have you, they'll dig. But sometimes they won't dig.
He's saying
I think it's probably is.
Okay, one person at a time.
It's crazy.
I think it'll be as easy as asking what congregation he's in. and then asking someone from that congregation whether he attends meetings.
Right. What is his standing? Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we got this all solved.
I know, right? I think we do.
Actually,
He's cooked. Let me tell you.
There's another gentleman wanting to say something.
There's one thing. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, let's let the other gentleman go. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, hi, Apostle Dave. It's Weston again.
Hey, how are you?
Just the obvious. I'm all right, all things considered, but I kind of just like to point out just kind of how ridiculous it is to think that there's something in any version of the Bible that you could extrapolate to where they understood what a hypodermic needle was.
Thank you.
Or is. I mean, they just had no understanding of it at all. And the verse talks about consuming blood, and all they talked about was just, and I do have another topic to talk about. The canines were brought up earlier, but yeah, I mean, it's just like, the verse on abortions in Numbers, it's like people, they read what they want to read, and they dismiss what they want to dismiss. And I mean, as far as truth value goes, it's like, I mean, yeah, you just put whatever you want. I mean, it's like, it's not blood. I mean, you're not consuming blood in the form of, like cannibalism or,
Right. And see what you're bringing up, the blood. I believe part of the reason why back in the day when Rutherford was president or whoever else, and they did not, they actually did say not to get vaccines back then. I believe that was part of the reason why, because there would be blood in it, in the vaccine. And I recall reading things that Rutherford said it was like full of pus, just very, gross stuff. So the theory was that there would be blood in it. So I think I'm connecting the two dots there. Is that why you were mentioning the blood part?
Oh yeah, entirely. I mean, that verse more or less goes to, not I'm pretty sure it says the consumption of human blood. Because there's dishes where you can make blood out of, from, cows and stuff and goats that are actually very healthy. I mean, blood soup, like what the Spartans made a particular dish whenever they were on campaign called blood soup, which full of energy and stuff. But
right.
Yeah, I mean, I can't, never being a Jehovah's Witness, it's sad when kids die, but honestly, I'm all about the pursuit of happiness. So, I mean, if your religion, if you want to be happy dying because, your religion doesn't want you to, get a blood transfusion, then, more power to you.
Yeah, it's, at this point, if it's a child, Child Protective Services will step in, get custody of the child, and give them a blood transfusion, and then give them back to their parents. And if it's an adult, then they actually honor their religious freedom to believe what they believe, which is that they believe Jehovah would not be okay with them taking a blood transfusion. So I believe that's where it stands now.
Yeah. And the whole Jehovah thing, too. I mean, it's Yahweh. Like, come on, guys.
Yeah. Yes, it is. And by the way, if you're a non-believing, Jehovah's Witness anymore, I would like to remind you, now that we're talking about blood, if you, are still seeing your same doctor, back in the day, you gave them your blood card. You gave your doctor the blood card to have on your record. If your conscience is okay receiving blood today, please get that taken off of your file. Otherwise, you're still in a position to where they won't give you blood. Okay, so if it's okay with your conscience, be sure and call your doctor and make sure that that's been taken out of your file. Yeah.
Hey, Linda.
Hi.
Yeah, this is Jeff. I'm for blood transfusions to save people's lives, and I'm just, everybody that's listening, they need to talk to their doctors and let them know what Jehovah Witnesses do. They have a liaison team. They usually will go to the hospital, will interfere with a person getting a blood transfusion when they need it. And,
Yes.
you know, I've talked to every doctor I know that I come in contact and say, hey, they're well dressed, they're well spoken, and they come in and they try to interfere, and you need to be aware of it. And you know, there was a story about a 14-year-old boy that his folks were witnesses, so was he, and you know, they didn't want him to get a blood transfusion to save his life, and he needed one, and he expressed to the doctors that I want to live. I'll take the transfusion. Well, his folks were in the way. Those doctors went to a judge, and there was a liaison team from the congregation up there interfering, and his parents. And right away, that judge told him, he says, if any of you people interfere, I will throw you in jail and throw away the key.
Wow.
That is transfusion. Yeah.
That's
research.
quite impressive.
His name and get it to you, but it's a true story. So yeah, they're nasty, and you know, everybody's listening. Talk to every doctor you know and tell them, hey, you know, they're trained. These elders are trained to go up there and interfere, and it's unbelievable. They research it on the net. I mean, what they do and how they do it is just unbelievable. So,
well, the thing is the card itself, the blood card itself, is something that a member will sign, and what the member is doing is giving the organization the right to make their medical choices. So the organization becomes power of attorney for their times when they need blood. So them coming in and speaking for this patient, they've been given the right to do so. So they do, right? Because that's what members are expected to do.
But Linda, when it comes to holding your feet to the fire and you're going to live or die, you may change your mind whether you sign that card before that or not. And that's my point kind of here.
I agree.
You know, that's, I don't know. I had several blood transfusions to stay alive, and I'll tell you what, before I got involved in the truth, or the so-called truth, I'll tell you what, when I kept talking to my mother about this organization, she says, you know what? She says, you wouldn't be here if me and your father were Jehovah's Witnesses. I stood there with my blank mouth open.
Wow.
She turned around and walked away. So I wouldn't be talking to you right now if my folks were witnesses. So that's where I'm at on that. I'll never forget that. I didn't have more to say to her.
Was this because of something that when you were an infant or a child?
Yeah, when I was a little boy, I didn't I wasn't creating white blood cells.
Oh,
and
wow.
I had to take transfusions.
Okay.
And I forgot about it. But when she brought it up, you know, I wouldn't be here today. because I almost died from not having those transfusions. So
Yeah.
those people, that organization is they're guilty of a lot of death, people dying. They need to be sued over this. They need to go back and find out all these kids, all these kids that died from not getting blood transfusions, they need to be sued over it immediately. And I just, it's kind of an emotional thing, but, I mean, they're going back on child molestation, which they should. They need to go back on the blood doctrine, too.
I agree. And by the way, the organization has been known to sue doctors who give their patients blood transfusions that are Jehovah's Witnesses. And it takes forever in court to finally get their day in court. But can you imagine this patient is still alive and suing the doctor that gave them. But the mindset of a Jehovah's Witness is that if they're given a blood transfusion without their permission, it's as though they've been violated, like as if they've been raped. So they're supposed to like fight and pull the things out of their arms and, fight against it. But if they found themselves in an emergency situation, they're unconscious, they're brought into emergency. Maybe the doctor didn't see the blood card. Maybe they're just going in on an automatic pilot, doing what they do,
Well, sure. I mean, that's what they're supposed to do. And I'll tell you what, the ones that have succeeded with lawsuits, Watchtower probably gets that money. And that's what the nasty thing is about it. I mean, that organization just makes me sick. And I just wish more people would wake up that are going to the Kingdom Hall, that believe in this organization. Do your research on this nasty cult. I don't know. It's unbelievable that people need to do their research.
It really is, Jeff, and I agree. And let me just add this in real quick. If you happen to be an adult or a child, a Jehovah's Witness, and it is okay with your conscience to take a blood transfusion, and you do have the card that gives the organization power of attorney, there is a way for you to still get a blood transfusion if that's what you're wanting. And that would be to get somebody's attention. I don't care if it's the person emptying the trash. You let them know that you do want the blood transfusion. The hospital will set it up in such a way that the liaison team, your family, will not know that you are receiving it. How they do that, I'm not real clear. But at the beginning of the movie Apostasy, you will hear a social worker talking to one of the characters in that movie Apostasy, and she's explaining that to her, that they'll set things up in a very, on the low down to where nobody else will know that you're getting a blood transfusion if you want one. Okay?
Linda, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay, this is Carrie again.
Hi, Carrie.
Hi, honey. What's the difference between taking the blood in, and then versus drawing it out? Many times, all of us have had to have blood drawn for one reason or another, for testing, for an illness or whatever, or a deficiency or whatever. So if you're not allowed to take it, but what about drawing it out?
That's a good question, and I've never heard anything that tells you can't have blood drawn for the purpose of them doing medical tests on your blood.
But still, it's taking the blood out of your system. It's taking the blood out. It's still a needle going in your arm and taking it out. A needle goes in your arm.
I agree.
To put it in.
Yes.
We're not supposed to take it in, but what was it? There was a scripture, and and I can't remember much of that stuff, but it said something about dropping your blood to the ground. It's better to something about the blood. It's better to drop it to the ground than
Yes.
ever. Something like that. It's been so long, but it just dawned on me, and I thought, you know, we remove our blood all the time for many reasons.
Right.
What's the difference? We're taking it out, we're putting it in.
I agree.
Many times people will store their own blood and have it, but they're not allowed to do that either.
That's correct. The Watchtower teaches against doing that for a blood, an anticipated operation. They're not allowed to do that.
Right. Nothing makes sense anymore to me anyway.
And a Jehovah's Witness is not allowed to go and donate blood. I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said, I'm so glad I'm out. I've been out for a very long time. But the thing is that I was a believer a long time after. You know, I still believed it. It took me about 9 years of deprogramming. And, you know, as all of us, there's always that little trigger thing that'll happen, that'll say, oh, geez, maybe they're right about this or that. You know, it still happens because that's the brainwashing. It goes pretty deep. The longer you the longer, you know. I'll tell you a quick little story, just a quick one. I was studying at the time. I had my second child. She needed a blood transfusion. I had no concept of anything, but I said, no, she cannot have it. Of course, my teacher was there, Bible teacher was there kind of encouraging me to stop it. And the doctor says she has to have it. She's jaundiced and she's very little. And, you know, I delivered at 6 months of pregnancy. So she needs it. So I said no. So my mother, now remember, I'm married. You know, I got married at 16. So my mother comes marching into the hospital. She hears about this, and she gave the permission to give my daughter a transfusion. And I didn't know that. Oh yeah, I mean,
I didn't know she could. That's amazing.
Oh my God, she says, give that kid that transfusion.
Wow.
I didn't find out about it until after. But I was a little upset about it. But my daughter is now, 60 years old. So thank you, Mom.
Yeah.
No, thank you, Grandma, for saving my life. But it's, back then things were a little bit different.
That's true. That's true.
It didn't matter whether I was married or not. She was my mother, and that's what she did.
And how old were you at this time?
Me, I think I was 18 when I had her. I was 18 and a half, almost 9. There's 19 months difference between my two kids. So I had married an active witness. That's how I got involved with all that mess. So, he wasn't, but I enjoyed it. So, but, I spent most of my life as a Jehovah's Witness, very happy in there, even though, I suffered a lot, but still, I thought I was suffering for God anyway. So that's the way it goes. But anyways, that was interesting. Yeah, my mother put the kibosh on everything, and she says, give the kid the transfusion.
I'm impressed.
Bless her, ma'am.
Huh?
I said, bless her. Bless her, ma'am.
Yeah, well, she's now passed away, but, my mother was something else. She didn't like what I was doing, but,
neither did mine.
Yeah.
I was going to say that's why I donate blood today.
Yeah.
Every month I donate blood. I let my beard grow long, my hair grow long, and I look like a Hell's Angel. So without the tattoos. So
there you go.
That's some of my revenge towards that organization.
Yeah.
Besides, I'm tomorrow, Linda, and I'm Council Bluffs, Iowa, Omaha, Nebraska at 4:30. I'm having a XJW startup group at Pizza King in Council Bluffs, Iowa.
Wow.
And I know it's probably far from everybody that's listening in, but the pizza's free and the pop and everything else will be free. So
that'll try everybody.
So Jeff,
I'm a little further away. Yeah, but we had some people. We had some
I
people.
got a lot of takers, but anybody listening in that's in the area, please come. Southwest
Jeff,
Iowa and eastern Nebraska, that's within the range. So anyway.
So Jeff, do you know the specific address?
Shoot, I'm sorry. It's Pizza King in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Here, I'll turn it off here real fast. I should have that memorized or on paper, but I don't. I believe there's a flyer that has that. Oh shoot,
that's easy to forget. But Pizza King, or maybe the nearest cross streets, and that's great. So
it's on Broadway. Just hang on a second.
Okay. This is so exciting. I love this. There's going to be a meetup. Jeff has been talking about doing this for a long time.
Here's the address, Linda.
Yes.
Ready?
Yes.
It's 1101 North Broadway, Council Bluffs, Iowa.
Awesome. What time?
At 4:30, and you ask for Jeff Gathering.
Perfect. Free pizza.
Hostess, and what's that, ma'am?
I said free pizza.
Yeah, we got it covered. And Dan and Angela are in behind it. They won't be there, but I'm kind of hosting. But the hostess, the restaurant, that's what you say is Jeff Gathering, and they'll send you to the tables. So
very nice. I'm very happy you're having that tomorrow. And if only one person shows up or no one shows up, please do it again and again and again, because people will get wind of it and it will grow.
We're getting a lot of response. There's Linda. There's like
good.
Halls that are still going in this area, and I couldn't find an XJW group if my life depended on it. I mean, not saying there wasn't one, but I couldn't find one, so I'm starting one. So
good.
Angela come through a while back and said, "Hey, get one started, and we'll help you do it." And they're helping me, and we're getting a lot of responses. So I think there's going to be some people there. So.
Right on.
Yes. I mean, we need to do that all. Hey, there's more of us than there are of them now. I'll tell you that. I believe that.
That's true. That's actually true, yes.
And I think eventually we need to get a national effort going where people go door to door and tell people that this is a nasty cult and to stay away from them. And they're a cult in everybody's neighborhood. And they're full of pedophiles. All they're about is getting money from you. They brainwash you. Once they got you in, they get your family in, they shun you, they destroy families. I mean, just give them the whole taboo on them. And that's what needs to be done. So anyway,
I think that there are certain personalities that would definitely want to be part of that. And I believe that there's more ways than one to get the message out. But I also want to add that the way Jehovah's Witnesses have things set up is that they can retaliate under the guise of hate speech. Okay, so maybe you can leave out the nasty part. You know, they're a nasty cult. Maybe you can just say they're a deceptive cult or whatever. I don't know, but
Okay.
just be specific. Be totally specific with
Sure.
confirmation where they can find these things, because what you're doing is educating the public. It's a public service announcement. You know, you're being the warning label. That's what you're doing, and that's important. So people can do this by, you know, dropping off a flyer, like having flyers made, dropping them off at the laundromat, the car wash. You know, just ask the manager, is this something you can leave in there? Yeah, just like we did back in the day. We can do it. We can do it the other way. I think it's called unwitnessing, but you know what? Call it whatever you want. and it's information about the organization, not in such a way of they're such terrible people, but if you put that information out there and if it's accurate, then somebody will look at it and decide whether, you know, they'll get informed, and it will help them not be recruited in the future, you know, because they've seen a flyer that says no blood transfusion, or, you know, you don't get to partake of the communion or whatever somebody wants to put in the information flyer, you know.
I gave my former Kingdom Hall. I gave a Google review.
I've done that too.
Twice. They got some power with Google, Linda, because I'll tell you what. The first one I gave, I said, "Doomsday Cult." I wrote, "Beware, Doomsday Cult," and then I put / high control group. Within 2 months, I was kicked off of there, and then I threw it back on there again, and within a week, it was gone. So they're going to Google. Nobody contacted me. They went to Google and told me somehow they got power with Google to pull that off. But I don't care. I was telling the truth. And anybody, their former Kingdom Hall, they need to go on there and give. You could be anonymous about it. Yeah, I gave my name,
That's true.
my picture, even a picture of myself when I went to the Kingdom Hall, my full name. But if you don't want to, you could have, as you well know, Linda, you could have some kind of a different name, or call yourself something else, and give a review. You know what you think of this organization. And I got kicked off twice. So
I think members or past members
could do it.
Have every right to give a review, because we were once part of it, or we still are, you know.
They can't, Linda, they can't do nothing about it, and people are afraid to give a review. Well, you're only telling the truth. The reviews are there for you. What I did is there's 5 stars. I gave 1 star, and I said what I just told you. So that's what people do. You know, I mean, and, you know, just to warn people about this organization. They're dangerous.
Yes,
But
yes.
Anyway.
So there's also somebody that I don't know what the name is that he goes by or she goes by, but they've been making up stickers that you could put on. I don't know. I would think it would be like graffiti, and that it's probably against the law to put these stickers places that are not your own property. But it seems to be a trend that people put stickers, say on a pole or something. If you're in the drive-through and the pole that you could reach has a ton of stickers on it, you know, it's like just slap one of those stickers on it, an information sticker. So it's a way of also getting the message out. So a sticker, a flyer, a Google review, going door to door, we actually have more possibilities than the organization gave us back in the day when we were sharing the gospel of getting paradise, right? Which was a deceptive policy. So we actually can be very creative. You can make a video up to like 30 seconds on Google Review. I mean, on Google, yeah, Google Review. You can upload a 30-second video, and it might even be up to a minute by now, okay? So a quick little video just stating a few things that are pretty hardcore, it makes people think twice before they want to go to that particular religion, you know?
Or yeah, or even just 10 words.
Yep.
Posted on their review. Believe me,
yeah.
They will get rid of it. They did mine twice, and they got power with Google, but they can't do nothing to you. Yeah, I mean,
right.
It's just like Dan Clark. Dan runs a business. He says, hey, I got reviews. He says, I can't do nothing about somebody giving me a bad review. They didn't do nothing about me. They just they got power with Google. I'll say that because they got mine deleted twice. So, but put one up. I encourage everybody. I left my name. I even went with like I said, Linda, I went with a picture, not what I look like now, but when I was real clean cut. I gave a picture of what I looked like back then when I was going
okay.
and everything else. So, yeah, I mean, my full name, I don't care. I'm just saying, folks, don't be afraid to do it. You can be anonymous doing it. So,
yeah. So I appreciate you bringing that up, and I appreciate you bringing up that you're having this get together tomorrow or XJW meetup. I'm super, super thrilled because you've been wanting to do this for quite a while, and is this the first one that you're doing?
Yes, ma'am. It'll be the first one. Yeah.
Good for you. That's so awesome. Good for you.
There's none around this area, and like I said, there's a lot of Kingdom Halls, and I could not find a group, and I'm the one that's starting it. So, and Dan and Angela, they have a lot in part on this. So, like I've said, so yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that with us. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you for having me, Linda.
You're welcome. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
So this conversation has gone into, from the story that I started with about a police officer that is suing the police station that he was working at because he believes that they have unfairly terminated him because he claimed he was a Jehovah's Witness and that it went against his religion to comply with what this police station had told all of their members, all of the police about that they needed to be up to date with their C-19 V policy. And so he tried to get an exemption, and he brought back an exemption to not only not receive the C-19V policy, but he also came back with not doing the test to find out if, that could be positive. So, so now he's demanding a jury trial. And so I went from that to, and then the conversation went into kind of the blood transfusions and the beliefs of the organization on blood transfusions. And then Jeff was just sharing that he is having a XJW meetup, which is really, really helpful when you can meet other ex-Jehovah's Witnesses in person, and you can share your story and hear what other people, what has worked for them or what has, they can share good wisdom with you and some of the wisdom when they made some bad decisions too. because actually that's really something that we get to discover at this place is we can discover the results of good decisions and the results of bad decisions. You know, making a mistake inside of the org is almost terrifying because it ends with you don't make it through Armageddon, whereas when you live in a place of when you live in a place of having the liberty to make a mistake, you actually gain wisdom from the mistakes that you make, and that's a very good thing. The wisdom you gain, you actually gain it from consequences. But then when you make good decisions or wise decisions, you get the consequences of the wise decisions as well. So between the wise and negative results, you're going to gain wisdom. This was something that was very hard to gain in the organization. And so being worldly has its benefits. And being worldly is basically someone that is considered kind of savvy or street smart, who understands how the world is, and being that we grew up very isolated, we actually didn't get to find out how society at large functions because we were kept away from it. So yeah. Did anybody want to call in and give their viewpoint on any of what we've talked about so far? The number is 727-731-6701. 727-731-6701. I do know that within the organization, the members, some of them really have a belief system of not wanting to take anything that has to do with what a V policy, and some are okay with the V policy, okay? And there's been a kind of a rift within the organizational congregations, much like in society at large. You know, some people are so for it and some people are so against it, and they have their reasons, you know, they really do. I'm looking here at the live chat on YouTube here. No jab needed has just said, read comments, Linda. Many left avoiding jab. Okay, and that there's divisions in the congregation. So these must be comments I've missed from earlier. But I agree with you, yes. Yes, hi.
Yeah, it's Carrie again. How old is this police officer?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Did it say how old he is?
No, it just said when he started, and that he's been
2019.
Yes, it seems like it, from what I recall, that he had been a witness for 10 years in good standing before he even started at that police station.
Well, that prosecutor is going to make mincemeat out of him, and it won't take long.
No, it won't. And I
take long. No.
It sounds like, from what I was reading, as though he went to court with a lawyer saying, I demand a judicial hearing, and it sounds like he's been turned down. So I think the courts just turned him down right there, but told him he can, what is that called? Appeal, and to have it in within 90 days. So he just keeps getting shut down everywhere he's telling this story to, you know.
You know what? I was thinking, if he is a true blue Jehovah's Witness, the first thing he's going to do is go to the elders about this.
Yeah.
And they're going to shoot him down. So
Yeah.
I don't know. This whole thing stinks. I mean, even if he's not baptized or if he's baptized, where he came up with that he's not allowed to take the shot because of his religious beliefs is a lie.
It is. Yes, it is.
I mean, if he was of another religion, like the Christian Scientists, that's something else.
That's more like it. Yes.
I mean, they take no medicine whatsoever, not even an aspirin, a Tylenol, nothing.
That's correct.
Nothing.
Yes.
That I know, because I worked for a couple taking care of their children as their nanny many years ago. And believe me, if they had a headache, I would have to call up the mother at her job, and then they would call in one of the ministers, and he'd have to come over and take them into a room and pray with them and pray it away.
Is that right? Wow.
It was,
okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, there is no room for anything. No. I'm familiar with them, but yeah. So that's fascinating to hear. I mean, first of all, if he's a witness, he would go to the elders and say, "This is what I'm going to do." And first of all, he's shaming the Jehovah's Witnesses in a way by taking this to court and saying that kind of stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean?
He's misrepresenting.
The Jehovah's Witnesses don't like their name in the paper. They don't like it. People talking about them in any shape. This is going to really.
I know, right?
Bad.
It's like somebody needs to tell on him. That's the way I feel. I totally feel like somebody needs to tell on him.
Yeah, we are.
Right?
Telling on him now because it's to get around. Somebody's going to hear this. Somebody's going to hear this. I mean, his name is out there now, so
right.
Record. I mean, I sure would like to know the congregation he's in, and I would make the call. Say, hey, listen, what's with one of your people on there?
Right, and he's claiming to be one of those people, which I truly believe he's not. I believe he's not a Jehovah's Witness at all, but that he works at a job, and there is a way to get an exemption, and that would be for religious or medical reasons. Can he come up with a medical reason? No, but he could come up with a religious reason and just claim that he's a JW and that it goes against his religious beliefs. How many people know what the JWs believe?
Yeah,
I believe he's lying.
He's a liar from the
and he's misrepresenting Jehovah's Witnesses. How dare him? How dare him? Jehovah's Witnesses are a lot of things, but this is not one of them. Okay? This is not one of them.
No. This is the biggest joke. I mean, thank you for a good night. I'm not usually up anymore at this hour, but I really, seriously, this has caught my attention. It just, I can't believe anybody would do something as stupid as this. You've got to keep an eye on this one.
I hope so.
What happens?
I hope I get to. chime into what the latest next
it's
thing
gonna be
is.
a while before that case comes up, but I'd like to hear the end result of this one.
Me too. Me too. I can remember I was watching a different YouTube channel about this one guy who would just videotape stuff, and I forget what he called it, under a certain thing, and more so for how police officers or how the city treats people, and he had a term for it. And I remember he came into like City Hall and went into a certain office, and they knew he was filming, and he was asking certain questions, and then he was facing these people that were putting up pictures. And this one guy says, "You can't film me. That goes against my religion. I'm a Jehovah's Witness." And I'm like, what? What? But he did the same kind of thing. And I was like, what do you mean? But because it was considered public property, legally he could film them. And these were public servants or whatever, I thought that was so funny.
Yeah. Well, all
and
right.
maybe
Time for me to go night-night.
Okay. Sleep well, Carrie.
Thank you very much for a great night.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I had to share it with y'all. I was reading it earlier this week going, I got to share this guy because, and for all I know, we might find out something later that makes this all click. But tonight, it just does not click. It's the most impossible thing ever.
1 second.
Yeah, that's so true.
1 second. There isn't a thing about this story that makes any sense. Anybody who has been a Jehovah's Witness knows.
Yeah.
All of it. I mean, there's so many like little tiny details. I mean, this prosecutor, he's going to have a party. He is. He's just.
I think so too.
Around, and he is going to blow this all away. It's pretty obvious, but I don't know. Interesting.
It is. Yes, it is.
Well, I better get myself going. I have still things to
Okay.
do.
Well, good night. Good night, Carrie.
In the morning, my time. So.
Oh, okay.
Get myself going. All right. Have a good night, honey.
You too, love. Yeah.
Bye-bye, darling.
Bye-bye. So if there's a subject anybody else wants to talk about, how did your week go? I wanted to just talk a little bit about the holidays because we are in the season of the holidays. We just had Halloween and we had Thanksgiving. Yes, we had Thanksgiving. And what's coming up next is Christmas, okay? And within the organization, we were taught to not take part in anything that was Christmassy, right? And I just wanted to mention that back in the day, the Christian community actually brought in these belief systems of the pagans and such, so that the both communities would be able to associate together and to help recruit them to become Christians. And probably the pagans thought the same thing that the Christians were doing. I'm not really sure. So they got combined. Christian traditions and pagan traditions were combined. And so, when you hear about the Christmas tree having pagan roots, that's correct. Other things having pagan roots, sure. Many things we do today have pagan roots. And the way it was explained to us within the organization, it was, do you really want to have, do you really want to take part in anything that had pagan roots? And most of us used to think, oh gosh, no, and so we wouldn't take part. That was part of what they were saying. But if you can come to a place of being if it's okay with your conscience to celebrate Christmas, I would like for you to consider the facts that there's different things that we do today that are just fine with the organization that have pagan roots. And so if you are okay, if your conscience is okay with celebrating Christmas, I would like to encourage you to come up with ways to where it doesn't put you in debt, okay? Christmas is a good time to get yourself in debt and not even realize it, okay? And there's many ways to give gifts that maybe you haven't thought about yet. There's the 99-cent store. I hear there's another store that's like the $5 store. There's the dollar store. So there's inexpensive places to get gifts. There's that for you. And if you have something that you know somebody would like, you can do what is called repackaging. And you can give someone something that you have and have been using and gift it to them because you know that they liked it. And it will really be appreciated, okay? You can also make out little certificates or coupons that would give a future back rub or a future, mow your lawn, offering to mow your lawn, different services, right? That's a good Christmas gift too. And so there's more to Christmas and giving than what all the advertisement tells you. It doesn't have to be an expensive gift to give people. You can make a little coupon that says, lunch, during a weekday or lunch on a weekend, or, a picnic at the beach, things like that the other person would enjoy. Bob Roberts says in the chat, he says, screw that. I hate mowing lawns. Okay. So, yeah.
I'll second that for sure.
Right?
You forgot hanging lanterns from trees. That's also very pagan.
Okay. Isn't that interesting? Hanging lanterns from trees. And oh, wow. Which was the part where it's that represents the Christmas lights? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. I mean, that's basically what it is. It's just a modern version of gourds with candles in them.
Okay.
And there was a lot more like stuff going on, like as far as I mean, don't go too pagan because they would have multiple sexual encounters and stuff with a lot of people around this time of year too. So
okay.
So
Easter time. I know that during the Easter time that there would be some of that gallivanting going on too, right?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, it's kind of all year round for the most part, but I celebrate that kind of thing. But
Yep.
Yeah. No. The only thing I was going to bring up was early. It was the first show. There was some guy. He was kind of going off about like the Canaanite demons, and I don't know. It kind of rubbed me the wrong way because it's like all like the Canaanites aren't around anymore. All right, they slaughtered them. They took basically everybody except for the women that haven't seen a husband or a man. But that's where you get people like Baal, the god of rainstorms, Marduk, the god of law, and I think he's commerce as well. And then, of course, Yahweh, the god of metallurgy. So, I mean, yeah, it's just, I don't know. Whenever I was a Deliverance Baptist when I was religious. And
can you explain? a little bit about what a Deliverance Baptist is?
Sure. So, we obviously are familiar with King James. Now, as far as the other book, he has a book called Demonology, where he goes into, and a lot of people just, make up stuff on the spot. I mean, it's like statistics. 99% of them are just pulled straight out of you-know-what. But basically, there's people that think that, like mental illnesses don't exist. You just need to exercise them.
Yes.
And it's just like, no, you don't have a liver problem. It's just a demon, a demon of this, a demon of that. And it's just, now, I mean, don't get me wrong, people, whenever I'm talking, they'll be like, oh yeah, there's a demon telling him what to say,
You're right. I understand.
Anyway, no, I'm just joking. But anyways, but especially what I've noticed with XJWs, yeah, he did not, definitely did not worship the sun and Emperor Constantine. But anyways, I'm not going to respond to chat. But no, I did not drop the C-bomb again, Bob Roberts. But
I'm not seeing that. Memories like the corners of my mind. I'm sorry, go on.
No, you're good. But yeah, and I've noticed with the XJW community, just you guys are very vulnerable people, and all of you guys suffer from religious trauma syndrome. Well, I think we heard that last week with Mrs. Glass, which was unfortunate to hear. A lot of things are tied into that, and that was not pretty. But yeah, I mean, I can't really, I mean, everyone's on a journey as far as the healing goes, and definitely just standards of evidence and epistemology, and studying epistemology, and not falling for schema, because it's not only religion. I mean, it's like you can call up someone's grandma and have steal all their money through Zelle Pay with USAA, So it's just kind of sad. I mean, I'm a white hat social engineer, so I'm not gonna do anything bad, but I do like doing a little bit of engineering from time to time, as far as just online and stuff. It's fun. Well, especially with the job that I have, dealing with hebephiles specifically, which we throw around the term pedophile a lot whenever we're talking about the Jehovah's Witness community, but there's more to it. Pedophiles are that's a very young age bracket. Hebephiles are, I believe, in reference to like 11 to 13, and then you have like xenophiles. So it's always good to use the specific language, just because you appear like you know what you're talking about, whether that's the case or not. And it sounds more convincing.
Right. So, yeah, a pedophile is pre-pubescent, is what they're going after. And you're mentioning like from that age to, another age, and then from that age even further. So, but yeah, that's good. That's good to be reminded of. And somebody in the chat, I just want to mention, talked about how, what about wedding rings? Yes, wedding rings definitely have pagan origins. Thank you for bringing that up, Angela. But go ahead with what you were saying.
I was just gonna co-host until you told me to beat it.
Okay.
But as far as the wedding rings go, I mean, I know that the Romans used them quite a bit. I mean, I think which of course, is involved with paganism and everything. And it's such a broad term too, because we could be talking about the Romans, or we could be talking about people in caravans, in Romania.
Or even the Native Americans, and their belief system is considered pagan, and they're still so for today, people practice paganism in the way that they do today,
Yeah, and then you have ancient paganism, which is in specific ties to Egyptian culture. So, Ra, and then you have so many different gods. I mean, you have crocodile gods and stuff. So,
this is true. This is true.
But as far as, I forgot to mention, when I was talking about the Canaanites, the people, Marduk Baal, they're considered the Elohim. And I study Christian nationalism a lot, so it's kind of refreshing listening to Rick and stuff.
Can you explain what Christian nationalism is?
Yeah, so basically Third Reich. Think Third Reich. You have you have Catholic right wing. You have just Christians that are wanting to take complete control, basically, and it's definitely become more of a problem for sure in recent time. If we're going to exclude El Duce, the Catholic, the Pope, and then, of course, Hitler. I also study geopolitics as well, so I'm not just, blurting stuff out. But, I can't remember the YouTube channel, but, yeah, they were just going on and on about all these different gods and how they're demons. And people don't understand that Christianity, or the Abrahamic religions, it's not monotheistic, it's a henotheistic religion. That's why in the first commandment it says, there shall be no other gods before me. It's just that Yahweh is the one that the Jews went into covenant with and, said that, we're not going to pray to Baal. We're not going to, pray to Marduk. And then, I believe El was the creator god. And you see actually ancient Jews. I think there was a turquoise mine in Egypt where a Jew he carved like a prayer for help into the side of a mine, calling out to El, and that was the creator god for all the Elohim. There's 100 of them, potentially more, but Library at Alexandria, Fourth Crusade, so.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this stuff up, because it's areas that most of us are not even thinking about. And if you take the time to look into some of the terminology you've used, it really expands how we see history to be even larger than how we see it now, if that makes sense.
Oh, for sure. And it's a process, too. I mean, there are people that believe all different kinds of things. I mean, recently I've been studying Islam more than I really ever have, trying to, talk with people, just because I already know so much about Christianity and studied it for so long. It's like there's not much of a point to really continue studying it like I have, unless it comes into play. My I guess most recently, with my thesis and everything, I've been focusing more on China, Mao Zedong's little red book, but the Christian nationalism bit, that's the main thing. I know we have some Australian viewers, but if we were to look at the First Amendment, and then of course the actual author, of that amendment, Thomas Jefferson, and how he elaborated to the Baptist at Danbury, and then of course the Treaty of Tripoli in 1791, proclaiming that, of course, again, that we're not a Christian country. We're versing the Barbary pirates who were Muslim, and their entire thing. That's why we went back to England and we got so close with them again, is because there was a lot of Muslims that they felt that they can go and murder and enslave and steal ships that aren't from any Muslim countries, just because from, of course, their religion. The Archangel Gabriel told Muhammad that, this is the last religion, and the Jews and the Christians will join them. But of course, that hasn't happened yet. If at all, I don't think it will. That's why whenever I hear, this like one world religion in the past on the show, it's just like, guys, we really got to study a little bit more. Like, there's no way that like stuff like Hinduism or even the Abrahamic religions are going to come together. It's so vastly different that there's just no way.
I tend to agree with you, but I believe that there's this story that things are supposed to lead to that, so that's being mentioned. But it's hard to, exactly what you said. I totally agree with you. It's fascinating because as you're mentioning these different, China and then Islam, it seems that they're going through a time of uprising right now. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. However, the Communist Party of China is just too strong. The Korean War, we never should have had a ceasefire. Yeah, it's very sad because there's a lot of just regular people in China that are, just trying to live. And, if we're going to be looking at the most religiously oppressive place, it's definitely going to be China. Not sure if anyone's familiar with Falun Gong practitioners, but yeah, they're arrested. And
when was this?
I think early 2000s. It's still going on. Like, a Falun Gong practitioner, you'll go to a re-education camp and potentially be, but then of course you have the Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang, or Xinjiang, and that's not very cool at all. Forced castrations but again, it's just the propaganda, their indoctrination, you convince somebody that Mao Zedong thought is the way to go, you can commit all kinds of atrocities.
This is true. Somebody made a comment in the under the YouTube video saying they won't come together in doctrines, but they will come together under the banner of peace. What are your thoughts on that? Is that a possibility?
No.
Okay.
Not unless we're going to water down religion so much to where, we just stop paying attention to them. But if you're actually looking at, certain tenets of specific religions, it's just a no-go. I think secularism has kind of definitely been dragging everybody from the Dark Ages over the past couple centuries. We see a definitely increase in science and technology, which is not a coincidence. And
yes,
that's why we find it so appalling to see women walking around in, fully black burqas, and little girls being taken out of school and, being married to, you know, older men. And I mean, the name of the game for a while for our species was just reproduction. But at this point, it's like, unless you have the cash for a kid, it's best not to. I mean, you see all these different countries but again, we have lots of pandemics and stuff and natural disasters that help even stuff out. But
let me ask you to go back to cash for a kid. What does that mean?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You mentioned something about cash for a kid. What does that mean?
Oh, I was talking about in Afghanistan. Yeah, not necessarily. There is cash involved, some kind of monetary exchange, but
with the parents.
Yeah, I mean, little girls being sold in Islamic countries. They're just not allowed education, which is definitely very unfortunate. I mean, in the Quran, I can't remember the verse, but it says that if the woman has a question, she just needs to go to her husband for the answer. And of course, it's like, I mean, I personally would rather find somebody that's smarter than me, a lot smarter. I'd rather just, use my hands, to be honest with you. But
wow, I haven't heard many men say this, but wow, that's impressive, actually. That's the kind of partner you want in life, Not all men would be desiring that.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we're talking about genetics, there's just, certain brain hardware and certain genetics that just give people more of an advantage. I mean,
okay.
Being a Caucasian, coming from the Caucasus Mountain Range, my genetics, I'm predisposed to a genetic mutation where I can't process dairy products as well. So,
is that right? Okay.
Right on it. Yeah, I mean, so I'd like, somebody who has, a little bit more mixed genetics, potentially some African or some Asian, and you have, all these different other, species like, Denisovans and Neanderthals and stuff, like Denisovans in Asia, Neanderthals in Europe. But, I mean, I'm not going to get too incredibly picky, but, just little stuff like that. I mean, I don't really think that technology is going to get to a point in my lifetime where I can live forever. But, in 300 years, our genetics are going to be so mixed on the North American continent that, I mean, Caucasians are just, it's definitely going to be hard to find somebody who's like, full, 100% Caucasian.
I heard somewhere like around 2030 or 2030 something that the Caucasian man will then be a minority. Who talks about this is Jean Elliott. She did that experiment with her students the day after Martin Luther King Jr. was shot. And she did an experiment with her children called Blue Eyes, Brown Eyes, where she let the students believe that, the ones with the brown eyes had more privilege than the ones with the blue eyes. So her students actually went through an exercise that gave them the understanding of what people experience when people are being prejudiced, and what people experience when people are acting as though they are, more elitist and have privilege. So that was that's who she's known for, and I think she's the one that said that. Are you familiar with when that might be, when the Caucasian man becomes a minority, or has that already happened?
Oh no, definitely not. I mean, like I said, I mean, we're we're talking about, I mean, even just look at the African American community. Okay, we've had 600,000 slaves brought over, 5.5 million in the Caribbean, and then 5 million just to South America. But obviously, the populations of African Americans, just considering that they are in the Americas, so there are technically African Americans. You know, they're all gone. Okay, but we're not going to go to that part of history right now.
Okay.
But, you know, you have the intermingling, you know, so you have people walking around with 15% African American, the rest Caucasian. I mean, you know, and sometimes you can't really tell, you know, and then you also have, of course, Hispanics, and I mean, it's going to take quite a while. I mean, they're going to look at us like barbarians, to be honest with you, if technology continues to progress and nothing crazy happens in the world that ends our species. But, you know, everyone talks about the end times coming, and it's just like, guys, I mean, Jesus said he'd be back before the apostles came, and he's not back yet. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. Like 1914, 1975. I mean, I fell for the 2014 stuff, and which is kind of embarrassing, but, you know.
How did you fall for it? Were you somehow involved in the Jehovah's Witness belief system? Because I kind of don't know your story.
Yeah, no.
You've shown up here, and I've just dug you ever since. You've shown up here, I've dug you ever since. You've offered some interesting stuff, and I just don't know your hit. I'm still learning you, if that makes sense. So please share whatever you're comfortable sharing.
Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, I mean, I was born into a Baptist household. My dad wasn't really too crazy religious. And yeah, when I was about 13, 14, just researched, studied, heard arguments, and just stopped believing in any kind of God or religion ever since. And it's just been a journey of trying to understand why people believe certain things, how people become convinced. I don't know how to convince somebody. It's a whole entire process for each individual person. I can't sit here and say one thing that's going to, you know, make everyone become secular and, you know, stop killing each other, you know, just random shit from, you know, sex and stuff. But, you know, I'm sure as hell going to try. But, yeah, as far as the 2014, it was some Baptist preacher. There was anytime that people start doing math with the Bible, it's just kind of funny just to get the end time predictions. So, but
yeah,
I don't know what this person's saying.
When a spiritual leader starts to talk end times predictions, they're kind of recruiting the members into taking part of helping God bring about whatever it is we've all been waiting for in the afterlife, you know, whether it's paradise or heaven. And that's actually like definition of doomsday cult behavior, right? I'm not sure if you...
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't consider... I mean, Christianity is not a cult by any means, but, I mean, any religion can become a cult with specific denominations and tenets. And again, it's just these narcissists and, you know, people will use God as if they have some kind of special connection with him and only they can get the right answers. And they use it to just, you know, manipulate, gaslight, coerce people, their kids, their congregation into doing whatever they want. I mean, it's sad. And my fifth commandment says that do not give any kind of false prospectus. So don't try to scam people. Don't try to, you know, convince them of something for, you know, monetary gains. But
And isn't that really what happens, though, with all this stuff you've mentioned? Bottom line, somebody is benefiting monetarily because of the deception that they used on their followers, which is cult behavior, right?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? I was reading.
Oh, okay. So
what this person was saying in chat, I think that they're a troll, to be honest with you. But
sometimes new people will show up and say a few things that sounds like they're on the same page, and then they'll say a few things that confirm that they're on a very different page. So,
yeah. I mean, I'm not going to come and, contrary to what you guys used to believe, I'm not going to be kicking down your door and taking you to prison camps. I mean, like
right.
If you want to order train sets off Amazon and play with them in your house, that's fine. I'm not going to, I don't care. I mean, I'm an American, pursuit of happiness, all that fun stuff. But go ahead and ask that question again. I'm sorry.
I was saying, and isn't that the case that that's the way it is? Like the leadership convinces the members to behave in a certain way that benefits the leadership monetarily. So that's the use of deception. They're convincing the members that what they're doing is actually being done for God, when in actuality it's actually benefiting the leadership for them to gain money. So they benefit off of the backs and labor of the members. But the members believe that what they're doing is actually serving God. So they're doing it out of obedience.
Yeah, and I listen to way too many pastors that just have, I don't know if you're familiar with Kat Kerr, but she's like a commander. Huh?
I was saying I'm not sure who that is, no. She's a commander?
Okay, well, she's she calls herself a commander. She believes that she's been taken to heaven multiple times, and she'll go onto all these podcasts and write curriculum for private Christian schools. She has a rain stick that she tried to knock hurricanes off. You're like,
really? Oh, wow. Rain sticks are really cool because you turn them upside down and it gives this sound of like what rain would sound like, but it's a certain thing within the rain stick. Yeah, how fascinating. Okay.
This is a staff. This is like a staff.
Oh, okay. Then that's different.
Like, she literally she tries to cast the hurricane off like a spell.
Okay.
Like,
it's
the weirdest thing. It's the
weirdest.
But it's just like
I was talking to somebody last night or the night before, and stuff like this of what you're talking about falls under woo-woo. And it was my daughter, and she was mentioning something that somebody said to her about, I know it sounds woo-woo, but he mentioned a coincidence. So woo-woo is like coming to conclusions that are not based on facts, or it's more like just believing without any foundation. Are you familiar with the term woo-woo? And if so, how would you describe that?
Like woo-woo as far as like grandiose delusions, talking about like heaven, because like Kat will go on about how there's like prosthetic limb like stores, like warehouses of heaven that you can get to where you can have new limbs and do all this. Like, is that kind of
yeah.
So yeah, I mean, because honestly, it's like there's not really that great of a description of heaven, and it's like
right. And she's telling that story, and how can you disprove what she's saying? Oh, sorry, I'm talking over you. What did you say?
No, it's your show, so I was just wanting to hear what your response was. But yeah, it's the burden of proof is on the person making the claim. I mean, if I was trying to go around disproving every little thing, I mean, you know, that's just not how it works. You know, like, you know, it's just it's the same as court.
Thanks for mentioning that.
Hello, mate.
Hi, Brad. Is that you, Brad?
Yeah, I've seen people like that before, the woo-woo people. And it's always like, oh, I can control the wind. And then you're like, hey, you're not controlling the wind. And they go, oh, I must be a little off today. And then a big gust of wind will come and they'll go, see? It's always like coincidental stuff that happens that confirms for them what's going on. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm just now looking it up in the dictionary. Unconventional beliefs regarding as having little or no scientific basis, especially those related to spirituality, mysticism, or alternative medicine, some kind of this is an example, some kind of metaphysical woo-woo. And then the next one is related to or holding unconventional beliefs regarding as having little or no scientific base. It says the same thing. But yeah, it's like you can't back it up. It's just they can go off and tell the story like you were saying when talking about how heaven is, and how would you this person can't confirm it, right?
Well, yeah, no, there's nothing biblical about what she's saying. I mean, that's the whole thing, is that, like, you know, people can go on these tirades about, you know, what heaven will be like, and you know, I get it. I've lost people too, and it would be nice to think that I could see them again, but you know, and
it is a nice thought.
But you know, also at the same time too, I mean, I suffer from CAS, so you know, it's just I'm kind of stuck in the world that I belong to. And yeah, people in chat, they haven't been listening. They're calling me a Baptist when I've clearly stated that I'm not religious at all. I mean, I'm an American. I'm dedicated to preserving the religious freedoms of all citizens. But also, too, I have questions in the meantime.
And can you explain what CAS is?
Cynical asshole syndrome.
Oh, okay. I like that. Cynical asshole syndrome.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
It's
somebody needs to keep that. Somebody needs to keep that label alive and that attitude alive too. So I'm glad you're that person.
I mean, I'm not like, you know, anybody. Like, I mean, I'll talk to, you know, old people about religion just because they like talking to me and stuff. But, you know, I can also sit there and be like, okay, yeah, Joseph Smith is just a complete little. He's a cult leader. I mean, he specifically came up with that religion just to control people. He wanted a bunch of wives that he could just, you know. Yeah, I mean, I've studied the Book of Mormon more than I've ever wanted to.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, Joseph Smith is something else.
Yeah, and if we're talking like, you know, comparative religions, it's not even close to Christianity. I mean, it's based on the same thing, because obviously you can't sit there and, you know, bring out a brand new religion and expect people to believe it. But if I can convince you, you know, that it ties in with the Bible, but, you know, our Constitution wasn't written in 500 AD. They didn't have chariots. There was no battle with 2 million people that happened on the continent somewhere. And no, it's just kind of awkward for me to be like, you know, talking with people who just clearly believe such delusional things and without coming off as extremely condescending. Now, I do not support Mormonism at all because in the past, there's a reason why they ended up in Utah. There's
That's
a
right.
paper mill in Illinois that they basically burned down because they wrote something slightly critical. I mean, they were Christians criticizing other Christians, so they weren't like mean or anything too terribly. But yeah, the Missouri National Guard made sure that their whole crew was like not welcome in Missouri anymore. No jab needed. I'm not a Bible hater. Well, depending on whatever version you want to talk, but you wouldn't see me, you'd be hearing me. But anyways, sorry. Well, that CAS coming out.
But by the way, you have every right to defend yourself, and that sounds good to me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't get too bothered. I mean, I had a mother that was just, absolutely horrible to me about religion. So, I've learned just to, like if I'm not going to care if she thinks I'm burning in hell for all eternity, what the hell do you guys think I'm going to care about what you think about me? I mean,
yeah, very good.
What people have been typing, and, definitely a grasp on the English language would suit some of the comment, not in this chat, but shallow with no context. Well, Trudy, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, just deleted your comment, I saw.
I just saw that. Yeah, it's just disappeared. That's so fascinating.
Yeah.
Wow.
But
And once we leave I do want to get back to speaking of, the roots and stuff of the Mormonism and everything. I mean, Joseph Smith was literally, they went and killed him while he was in jail, right? They just went after him and took him out. Wow. Wasn't he in jail or prison or something at the time? Joseph Smith? When he was killed?
I honestly can't remember
Okay.
how he died.
Okay.
But I do know that he was, he had lots of court problems because he used to go out and he would use the same seer stones to find water on people's land, and he would charge like hidden treasure, and he would charge them. So, eventually people got wise.
What kind of stones? What kind of stones?
He was awaiting trial. He was awaiting trial in like a county jail at the time, and then the mob knocked him off.
Okay. We were talking Joseph Smith. That was the placement he was at during his demise. Yeah. That makes sense.
As far as Jason goes, if you were paying attention, I said that I grew up a Baptist. Not around me. Yeah, I can speak to you directly. I don't care, but mainly only directed at the abusive, using, lying, and beastly. Yeah, I don't really know what this individual is talking about, but it's JW thought like somebody was being kind of mean to him. So I got onto that. I got onto that person. Just like, dude, like this is why I don't really talk about my personal beliefs. Like whenever, like Paul comes in, she's older and she still has a husband that's a Jehovah's Witness, and it's just like, I'm always extremely nice to her, ask how she's doing, all that fun stuff.
Who is that again?
Her name is like Paul Koth or something.
Okay.
But good night, Jay.
Yeah, good night, Jay. Thanks for showing up. Okay, it's 2:15. 2:15-ish. where Jay is. Yeah. See, I'm in Southern California, and it's only 11:14 p.m. So I haven't even hit midnight yet. I tell you what, I really love this Saturday night show. I love how it goes from different subjects to other subjects, and we flow. And when people need to bring up something that's been bothering them, or even if they want to brag about something or something that went well, it's open for that too. But yeah, sometimes in the chat, there'll be a few people that have very much an attitude of they feel they need to correct people. They need to call them, accuse them of certain activities, and reprimand them for it, which is like strange. My mama did that to me. Okay, I remember my mom. My mom would accuse me of stuff I didn't do, and then proceed to treat me as though I did, and I was getting in trouble, and it was just be so confusing, so confusing.
If you remember, I actually did research on you, so I know.
Yes.
Put the information out there publicly, so yeah, I'm familiar with what you're talking about.
Okay, so is there? I asked you to Google me. Is there anything you want to share? Like, is my reputation okay?
Yeah, I mean, it just sounds like, you're damaged at, a young age. I mean, like a lot of people,
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily, like all religion's fault. I mean, it's the fault of just mentally ill people, but again, they use religion as a tool. I mean, pick any religion, or any denomination of, Christianity. And it's sad. And Angela, I agree. She says, no wonder the organization doesn't encourage high-level education because it opens the mind. And,
Very true.
All I did was, I've just been to the Al Gore University.
Did you really? I don't know what that means, but naive, gullible me is going to ask, is there really a place called the Al Gore University?
No,
or is this a joke?
No, it's just the internet. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you just study. I mean, cultural anthropology is one of those things where you just have to sit down and study. You just have to learn the material. Like right now, I'm trying to learn Python, and that's something like Harvard has a bunch of free videos and stuff. So I guess we could technically say that I'm kind of going to, I'm watching Harvard videos for free, but
on YouTube, you're watching. Are you watching these Harvard videos on YouTube?
No, they have a specific. Well, my cousin sent me the link. He's the one that's kind of helping me. But he's been sending me links to, Harvard classes, and it's just I'm not paying to go to school. But let's see here. Jason, he says he's in Canada, and he's troubled today about our suicide prompting governing body of Canada. Yeah, I mean that's one thing that that's definitely always rather unfortunate. I would like to actually have some statistics as far as like what's the suicide rate of Christians of all denominations, and see how high Jehovah's Witnesses are. But again, that's tying like suicide to Christianity in a way that's kind of unfair, because it's not Christianity, it's the governing body members. And it's always important to make that distinction, just so we're not sitting here coming off as like, oh, Christianity causes this. It's people causing it. People are the ones that are going to, kick you out of the house at 14,
and
exactly.
take your life in a hotel when you're 23, you know. So
yeah, it's
yeah, Bob. Go ahead.
So yeah, you're right. I don't think the general term of Christianity applies to the Watchtower, nor the governing body, nor the prophets that are there now within Mormonism. You know, so I'm talking about the leadership. I'm talking about those that benefit from the work that the actual rank and file members do. The rank and file members have to be convinced that this is something that pleases their God. This is something that, you know, they actually believe these statements are being given to them through the leadership's direction, through actually God's using them to speak to them. God's using the leadership to speak to the rank and file. So this deception has to be used. I don't see mainstream Christianity falling under that. You know, it can, depending on how people want to preach. You know.
Yeah, there's again, like I said, I listen to a lot of preachers. I mean, they're always the batty ones because, you know, I mean, most regular preachers aren't too terribly interesting.
Do you remember Dr. Gene Scott? I'm sorry for interrupting you, but do you remember Dr. Gene Scott? He used to be on
the show. Interrupt me whenever, but
do you recall him?
I do not, unfortunately.
Okay, so probably because he's old school, but he used to get very theological and had a chalkboard that usually was clear. Sometimes it wasn't, but he'd get up and talk theology and write on the chalkboard his thoughts and stuff and how it would end. And then he'd sit back down, light his cigar, and said, "Send me my money. That's what the Bible says. I teach you. You send me your money. Send me my money." That was
Right.
Dr. Gene Scott.
Right.
So if you ever, quite the character. But he meant business, yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely more of a George Carlin kind of guy. As far as, you know, I'm just not as funny, and I don't have millions of dollars.
Do you mean George Carlin?
Yeah.
Okay. He talked about religion very well. It's a special club, and you are not in it. And why does God need so much money, right? He was great comedian, yes.
And you know, like one thing I've heard Rick talk about as well is just the amount of, Trudy says they don't believe half of what they teach, and that's definitely probably true, if not more so. But let's see here. What is it? God, I lost my train of thought. But, the money aspect. I mean, just thinking about how much, you know, money. I know Rick's been in for a while, but it's like, just pick anybody. If you put that money into an interest-bearing account for yourself, how much good you can do in the world. Because Jesus, there wasn't really a lot of understanding of wealth creation methods like we do today, you know, back, you know, in that time. Definitely not, you know, the ancient Jews wouldn't. I mean, you have the Romans and stuff, but, you know, the Jews were really just living there and being ceremonial. But, I mean, how much good that money could do as far as just and not being gluttonous. I mean, just because I don't believe in nothing, that doesn't mean I'm gluttonous. That doesn't mean I go sleeping around.
Right.
There's lots of secular reasons not to do that kind of stuff.
And I'm really glad you're bringing that up, because there's a misconception that those that are secular are simply without any morals. Like, they couldn't have morals unless they were Bible believing, because that's where you find your morals. When in actuality, there's kind of an innate thing within us that really gives us that sense of not wanting to murder, not wanting to steal, because it's unethical, right? So,
yeah, and I mean, if we're going to be looking at the history of our species, I mean, we make love, not war. I mean, just kind of in general. I mean, as far as like with each other, I mean, there's been a lot more love making than there has been war.
yes.
And that's why able to become so successful.
I've had someone tell me when I was doing hair, he was a regular client of mine. He said, war is mainly about business, about making money. And that's usually why wars will happen, because it's a big money-making business. Do you possibly see that that's a possibility?
I mean, in recent times, yeah. But as far as war making, I mean, again, if I can convince you, of X, I can convince you to get on a boat and go off to a far distant land and, cut people down with swords, I mean, it's something that's just innate in us. It's very natural. It sucks. Hopefully it will stop eventually, but when we have these conflicting ideas, it does seem it's not a bad thought to think that money that it's a money making machine, because it is. Okay, I mean, my great grandfather, after he got done fighting in China, working on P-40s and flying them and stuff, he was working for Lockheed Martin. Okay, and that's big. That's a big company. I mean, people who like money go to where the money is, and but even without it, I mean, we'll always need weapons. We'll always need guns. I mean, I'm going to get my federal firearms license with my Class 3 experimental, so I can be building suppressors and integrated barrel suppressors and all this kind of stuff legally without going to jail for 30 years. But yeah, it's definitely a mistake to say that, because it's like Russia, going to war with Ukraine, and that's another thing. A lot of televangelists and a lot of people, I guess, who are, I hate to call them pastors, but yeah, they've been supporting Russia because they're Christians as well. It's been kind of discussed. Anyways, a lot of that.
I've been hearing this as well, and I'm seeing the contradictions in that.
Yeah, and if we blockade the Black Sea, Russia will starve. So there is interest in actually trying to secure Ukraine for Russia, but obviously lying about going to war is not the best way. I mean, we've done it. I mean, I've learned things about our country that make me sick to my damn stomach, and it's just like it's horrible. I mean, I'll try to run for governor when I turn 31. That's kind of the plan.
Okay.
The Federalist Party, but again, nobody. I mean, it's a two-party system now, and I don't think anybody. It's the oldest political party in the United States, but yeah, I mean, I would definitely disagree. I mean, guns are definitely an answer. No jab. They're definitely an answer. I mean, I've had to use them before.
Mm-hmm.
It's not fun. But I mean that's angry much life. No, I mean I'm not too terribly angry. I just don't like wicked people.
This no job needed. Angry hater of Yahshua.
Yeah.
No job needed. You're putting out a lot of statements without any basis, and it's really not welcome. So I just wanted to let you know that. As far as I'm concerned, it's really not welcome, because what it's telling me is that you're intending to irritate or agitate someone, and to have an argument with them. And what I've seen in the past is this kind of behavior happens from bullies that will say things that aren't accurate so that somebody will begin to defend themselves, and then the argument begins. And it's just not welcome here, is what I'd like to say. But yeah.
Now, I do get angry sometimes whenever I'm thinking about like the amount of cartels and stuff in the United States. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, I've researched social engineering enough, and manipulators, and I've had firsthand experiences with them. I've had to get orders of protection against them. I've prosecuted them. I've caught them. So, yeah, I mean, I recognize all the little tips and tricks. It's just, if you're going to try that kind of stuff, at least try harder, I'll appreciate a better effort. But,
yeah.
Well, I mean, like I've had problems with people. Like, I don't mind people, like, poking my buttons like, Jason did before. But that honestly could have been just a simple misunderstanding, because these topics are hard to talk about. And I don't think he was trying. He was just wanting to make sure that I was addressing him properly, which, I always will. And, if there's always miscommunication, I want to clear it up for sure, because that's not who I am. Like, well, that for a fact, because, I mean, I almost got banned last week for.
I can really appreciate this side of you that's very, you call out what's not okay. You call out what, that's you. Basically, you were just saying that was not cool, and then proceeded with a name calling thing, which also comes pretty natural. And I don't think you've heard the rules I've set down before, so I reminded you of them and the audience of them. And I mean, right away in the chat, you were like, sorry, Linda, which was like, thank you. You were totally compliant. Like, oops. Yep. But I've come to appreciate and enjoy you. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate and enjoy you. That's definitely for sure. But one tactic I have been doing is just, taking screenshots of what people have been saying, just so, I had an issue with a person a real long time ago, and I saw her in chat earlier, and she was making fun of, like, she, like, straw-manned me. Like, I had no idea what her problem was, but she extrapolated something that, like, I was not even close to saying, and it wasn't even the same state. And I told her, I was like, if you want to straw man somebody, go to Home Depot and buy one for like $30 and talk to it in your room. I mean, fun. And then she started going off about how my mommy pays for my phone and all this.
Oh, wow.
Like, wow.
Wow. That's so, like, and again, antagonizing you, trying to entice you to, have an argument. Yeah. That's so sad. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But, again, these manipulation tactics, they're not only in the Watchtower, they're everyday
Everywhere.
people. And the sooner that you can recognize it in your personal life and take steps to counteract that. Now, I know not everybody's going to have my personality type to where I like to confront people, but, it gets fun after a while because you get used to it. I mean, that's all I can say,
Yeah. So you mentioned the term straw man, that somebody strawmanned you. And are you talking logical fallacies when you said that term, straw manning?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Epistemology, logical fallacies. Basically, it's like, hey, Linda, why do you think it's okay? Like, why do you think it's okay to beat your kids? That's a complete straw man.
Right. And, right. And I can use some confirmation bias and say, because Scripture told me to, that it wouldn't kill them and that it will teach them to live long. Yeah, that's it. Because that's what Scripture told me. So that puts me in a position of like, God said to do it. That's why. So I'm pulling rank and claiming that I'm doing what God told me to do. When in actuality, that's a version of confirmation bias. I suggest to the audience that all of you look into what he was just mentioning, which is confirmation bias. Not confirmation bias, but logical fallacies. Start looking into logical fallacies, what they are and what they're used for. And it's very, very helpful to recognize the angle some people will come at you with so that you can recognize they're coming at you with ridiculousness,
Yeah, I mean, it's like, if we look at the comment section, no jab needed. I'll get to your comment, Trudy. I'm sorry for skipping over you, but, for example, she says Bible haters 100%. I mean, that's a complete straw man right there because, I mean, although I don't necessarily like to sit there and read the Bible as much anymore, just because, I mean, like there's other stuff to study. Like Mao Zedong's Little Red Book has been much more on my mind than any kind of religious text recently. But, if you use a fallacy, you can dismiss that person very easily.
Yes.
So if you're going to be fallacious and not rehabilitate yourself, then that's when you go into dismissing people and categorizing them in your mind as, okay, I shouldn't care what this person has to say anymore about that particular topic. But as far as, let's see here, Trudy Z, she says, it's sad how many lose their faith in God and Yahweh after leaving the Watchtower. Eventually their faith was in the potentially the world, the lies constructed by the organization, potentially. I mean, but yeah, I mean, because that's true. Like, when people lose their faith in God, their whole entire idea of the afterlife and stuff goes with it generally. Well, I wouldn't say generally. I'd say a lot of people still believe, or some people would still believe. Well, no, I think that it basically much goes for everybody. It was their belief in God, but I mean, it's hard for me to sit here and force people to believe or not to believe in things, although the opposing party would probably like that. Like to do that for sure.
Yeah.
Is this an open conversation?
Yes.
Yeah,
Come on in.
This is Dan. How you guys doing tonight?
Good. Hi, Dan.
Hi, I've been just listening and doing a little commenting in the chat, but yeah, I just want to say I think everybody's got to figure it out for themselves. I mean, you know, if I was to tell somebody my journey, it wouldn't probably make any sense to anybody else because I had to turn over my own rocks. And when I came out of the witnesses, you know, I was able to ask like really crazy questions like, did God know it was going to fall? And they say, oh, God, man is screwed up, man is bad, man is this, woman is this. And I'd say, wait a minute. You said God is all-knowing, Alpha and Omega, that he know it was going to fall. And if he knew it was going to fall, why would he create something that was going to fall? Did he know all this bloodshed and everything was going to happen? Well, if you say he's Alpha and Omega, then he would. Then he intended it to fall. He knew it was going to fall. But, you know, people go, no. They'll make the Bible right. But then when it fell, then it said, Satan said, you'll become like God, knowing good and evil. So I say, what does it say down in verse 21, Genesis? It says they became like God, knowing good and evil. So I said, did Satan lie? And then it said on the day of the reading of it would die. And then after they ate, they became like God, knowing good and evil. Is that bad? I don't know. But then it says, oh, what should we do? As if, you know, Jesus and Jehovah were having a conversation. And what happened? Oh, don't let them get to the tree of life. Whoa. It said the day you're eating of it, you'll positively die, not live 999 years.
Right.
So they ask those questions, they have to say there's a conundrum in Revelation. Yes. But, you know, after traveling, I've been out 20-some years, and after being in like 200 different religions, every one of them have a tapestry. Seventh-day Adventists, they stay in the Torah. You know, Christianity stays in the New Testament. It's all about Jesus, you know. Anybody who doesn't, you know, fall on their knees is going to be genocided. Anybody who don't follow Jehovah is going to be genocided. Whoever doesn't follow Allah is genocided. You know, Muslims, you guys worship the mediator. We worship Allah. And it's interesting. I just wonder, here's a thought to contemplate. Who knitted together me and you and the Muslims and the Tibetan Buddhists in the womb? Who called them forth? Who called them forth? Who immaculately conceived them? You know, how could they be any other way? If you were born in Israel, there's 4 different religions over there. Maybe you were born in a good one. Maybe you were born in a good Muslim one. So how can we say they're wrong other than belief systems? So I often wonder what would happen if the belief systems of separation, if we really thought about it and thought, hey, he breathed the same air. Hey, he was immaculately conceived like I was. He was born here. He was called here. He was born on the other side of the world, another religion, another idea. But I wonder what would happen if we all of a sudden just realized, you know, we all breathe the same air. We all, you know, live from the same sun, eat from the same ground, drink the same water, and left the belief systems aside, you know, that somebody has to die because they don't believe like us. And that's what we were taught as witnesses. You know, genocide was to come to anybody who know the name of Jehovah, only, right? And so it was the same in Christianity. I got to tell you, when I went around, it was the same thing. And then there were 200 sects of Christianity. You know, charismatic, this, that, the other, Old Testament, New Testament, there's healing, no healing. And I was like, whoa. So, you know, I just figured out that nobody could bring me salvation, which is understanding, but me. So that's what's kind of cool, I think, is, you know, that it's okay for people to be different because everyone was born into a different environment, different education. Some have education. I never had education. I had to go out and turn over my own rocks. And I did spend time in Seventh-day Adventists, Mormonism, Buddhism, Scientology, Science of Mind, all of them. And Hinduism and Buddhism and Paramahansa Yogananda and mysticism and all that stuff. And it was beautiful. It was turning over rocks. And I got some gems out of all of them. And because I was in them mentally, didn't make me bad. I just turned over rocks. I just looked at them. I just examined them closely, and I came up with my own tapestry. And I really think eventually, over time, we're all going to have to find our salvation through our own study, because I don't think anybody can give it to us. You know what I'm saying? I think it's our responsibility. You know,
I do. I agree with you.
Just some thoughts to kick around.
I like them.
Mormon, Dan.
I wasn't a Mormon long. In fact, I've just visited Mormon. I really wasn't a Mormon. I live in Mormon country right now. And I know some of the tapestry. I don't know the whole thing about all the stuff that goes on in their temples. I've been in their temple. I know some of it about, you know, they talk a lot about covenants and doctrines, and, you know, that, you know, God would never leave us without a prophet, and the testimony that they have a prophet was the Book of Mormons that was given to, I don't know, Joseph Smith through Moroni. You know, so they have a tapestry of scripture. So when you talk to Mormons, all you hear about is the tapestry of covenants and doctrines and the fact that they have a prophet. That's the main study, because I've been in their study groups. And in their study groups, they have a big, beautiful room with massive pictures of the prophets on the wall. And the study that you go into in the study is the study of the prophets, and why God would never leave us without a prophet, and why we're the only church that has the true prophet, and God didn't leave us without a prophet today. Other than that, I don't know much more about them. And, you know, I don't really want to know much more about them. I don't need to know. When I got in there, I realized and I recognized it was just somebody taking a few, you know, chapters out of the Bible and making a religion out of it. I think Jehovah's Witnesses take, I don't know, I've heard 100 and some scriptures out of the Bible, and they make a religion, and it's all based around Jehovah's name. You know, the Seventh-day Adventists are all about the Torah and the Ten Commandments and keeping the Sabbath. And they don't trust anybody who don't keep the Sabbath. If you don't keep the Sabbath, they don't want to hear anything. The Bible says keep the Sabbath. And, you know, so on and so forth. But the Bible says a lot of things in a lot of areas, just depending where you want to focus in on the Bible. And so the Bible, to me, has caused a lot of schizophrenia. You know, Old Testament, New Testament, Jesus said, Father, forgive, they don't know what they're doing, while they were piercing them through. You know, Jesus shows up in front of Paul, you know, who's killing people. You know, a lot of the messianics and things say, well, you know, you've got to earn your way. You've got to keep the law. You've got to do this. Well, what law was Paul keeping when he was killing Christians when Jesus showed up? And it's kind of a conundrum. I really think, you know, you really got to knock. You know, I don't know if you guys believe in the Holy Spirit, but I believe the Holy Spirit will sort out the scriptures from the ideology. I think religion has made God a man. I don't think God should have a name. I know people call him Yahweh and stuff. I don't care if it's in the Bible, but I don't think you give a spirit a name that has no beginning, no end. I think if you give a spirit a name like they have, you can make them a man, and you can make them jealous and angry and vicious and all these things, which I don't believe God is. And it's the same with Jesus. I think that was why the big push was to make Jesus God, so you could make him a man, and that everyone would worship him as if he wanted worship, as if Jesus was a narcissist. You know, everyone's got to fall on his knee and worship. He came here for that. That's what Jesus came here to do. You know, so there's a lot of misunderstanding in my perspective. That's just my understanding where I'm at right now on my journey. You know, that's all I'm sharing.
Dan, as far as like the whole, you know, if we look at like Jesus being caught, I mean, he very easily could have escaped. I mean, he knew that you know, the Romans and stuff were after him, as far as, you know, going around and, you know, saying that you're the king of the, well, I believe Pontius Pilate first said he was the king of the Jews, but, you know, I mean, he did have a chance to escape. So, I mean, I really think that he did believe that, you know, when he was crucified, he was accepting all of the sins for mankind to escape salvation. But I mean, I'm one of those guys where, like, I mean, if I do something wrong, you know, I mean, I'll pay for it. You know, if I hit your car, I'm not going to have somebody else pay for it.
Right. And that's why I think in some ways we're under law. I mean, if we go out and screw around on our wife, we pay for that. You know, I don't think there's some time period where we're going to stand up in front of God and confess our sins. I really don't. I believe we pay for them now. If I'm an alcoholic, which I was, I paid for a lot of my debts and what I've done being in alcoholism. God helped me out. You know, and the other thing too, if, you know, we were talking about the woo-woo, you know, that a lot of Christianity and spirituality has a lot of woo-woo, but I was thinking, you know, Jesus had a lot of, you know, I don't know if you guys believe he walked on water, he turned fish to bread, or multiplied the fish and fed the masses and healed the sick and raised the dead. And he said his apostles did the same thing, or his disciples did the same thing. But what's interesting about what Jesus said is he said, do not marvel at what I'm doing, because these things in greater you will do. And I think, you know, that's kind of woo-woo. And so what do we do with that? Do we throw that out and keep him as the savior, but throw out the fact that, you know, that we can't produce the woo-woo? We're not here to do the greater things either. You know, he said too, he said, as I'm in union with the Father and the Father's in union with me, that you would come into union with us. And I believe that's the Godhead. I believe that's where the power comes from. And I believe that as we're relinquished this power, I believe we came in the same way. We were immaculately conceived. I don't believe we have a beginning, and I don't believe we have an end. I mean, where did I come from? Was I sitting around in a womb for 100 years, 1,000 years? Was I sitting in some female womb and some other? Or was I called forth from some other place? You know what I mean? And then I came in here, this beautiful baby that's smiling and happy and joyous, knowing no separation. And then I grew up in the Jehovah's Witnesses, and I learned that God's angry and jealous and mad, and I'm no good, and I'm junk, and I'm crap. You know, and I have this one Savior that has to come save me. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right. Yeah.
It's like the wrong start. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I like all these things you brought up. It's worth pondering on. Yeah.
No, we're kicking stuff around. I'm not trying to put anybody wrong. I'm just saying these are things I kicked around because I've always thought that would be great. I've always wanted to find that divine union. You know, Paul talked about it. Now you got to look into the scriptures. If you read about Paul, he talked about the Christos. Nobody knows what the Christos is. They think that's Jesus' last name. The Christos was the anointed of God. It was the anointing, right? It was the spiritual dimension that was in Jesus. That's why he was called Jesus of Christ. And that same Christ, he said, could reign in us. And that's why Paul said, the Christos in you, hope of glory. The Christos, the Christ in you, hope of glory. Not Jesus, the man, but the anointing in you, hope of glory. And that's why they said to Paul, where do you get this power? Where do you get these thoughts? Where do you get this intuition? Where do you get this strength? And, you know, and all this stuff. And he said, oh, how I labor till Christos, or oh, how I labor or travail till Christ be born in you. And they do not teach this in the church. And I believe the reason they don't teach it in the church is because they want powerless, dumbed down people. And I've been in a lot of them. I've been in 200 churches, and the people are lost. They're as lost as the Jehovah's Witnesses. They're waiting like Jehovah's Witnesses. This life sucks. This life is horrible. This life is bad. And here Jesus saying, I came so you could have life and have it more fully. And God said, well, at the beginning, I made it good, and it's very good. So how do we go from very good to junk? And why am I junk if God knew it was going to fall? And if God knew it was going to fall, why did he know it was going to fall? What was the intention for me being born into a fall if I'm to just wake up, you know, in a church and think I'm junk and try to work backwards from that? So anyway, it's been an interesting thing. So I don't believe I'm junk anymore. I believe I'm made in the image and likeness of God. I believe I'm something wonderful that's going to unfold in some unique, wonderful way that's a facet of God, just like every flower and tree and everything out here in nature that's beautiful. And I'm going to unfold the same way if I can get out of religiosity, if I can get out of the harnesses of churches who want me to be controlled, who want me to be manipulated, who want me to follow pastors, and these different things. It's a beautiful thing to be outside of that, and I think part of our deal is stripping away falsehood. You know, I think like nature, right? You guys were talking earlier, and I'll just say a couple more things, but, you know, you guys were talking earlier about the holidays and all that, you know, and I was thinking this, man, I've had to strip away all the paganism that my religion put on a light bulb, you know, that it's pagan, it's satanic, it's this, it's that. You know, if a guy goes out in nature, sits there and meditates a little bit and prays, oh my God, he's worshiping nature. You know, he's not in church. And I got to tell you guys something. I've been in a lot of churches, and I still drop in just to see how nutty they are. And I was in this church last week. Yep, go ahead.
Do you know, it's real quick and you'll get back, but do you know the verse about where Jesus says not to babble like pagans? And then you see the contrast with like the pastors and stuff of today babbling like pagans?
Yeah.
Okay. Continue.
Well, they're throwing people out of the church. I'm going to tell you something. I went into a church and I was so mad because why shouldn't we be able to study? The Bereans did. Why can't we walk into a Buddhist thing and say, what the hell is this all about? What are they all sitting around here doing? What are they doing? Where are they trying to get? Where are they going? What are they trying to connect with? They're trying to steal their minds. They're trying to get out of race consciousness. Race consciousness is the consciousness that is made up of what our parents taught us, our religions taught us, that, you know, politics has taught us, all this separation. So Buddhism, a lot is meditating and getting still and slowing down the race mind in a way to make room for divinity to come in. It's kind of like a book, right? That's still. There's no room for a divine idea. There's no room for nothing else. You know, I have all the answers. But I think I've spent so much time. Most of the time I've spent after I've come out of witnesses is stripping away religiosity. That's told me I was no good. That's told me I was limited. That told me, you know, that I've been told in churches, just go and sit. You just need to come in here and you just need to heal. And I've been in other churches where they said, by God, this is the word. And if you go out there, let me tell you something. If you hear the word mysticism, run. If you hear the word spirituality, run. And this guy's yelling. These guys are yelling. I was in two churches. Angela's daughter's church, and don't study. Same thing, guys. Think about it. Don't study. Don't think. Don't turn over any rocks. Don't get smart. Don't get educated. Don't expand your mind. Live in a limited, narrow-minded view of Christianity or Jehovah's Witness or Buddhism. I think all of this stuff, honestly, I think we got to transcend it all. I think we got to strip away. God is not Buddha. God is not Jehovah. God is not Jesus. God is the all in all, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, nameless. I am. That's what God is. And what's interesting, yes.
Okay, real quick. Have you studied Sikhism yet? And then continue on, because what you're talking
about. No, I haven't. I haven't studied. I've heard of it, Sikhism, but I haven't really studied it. Is there something interesting?
Yeah, what you were just talking about makes me think of like what God is. It's just this like universal force that they believe in reincarnation, where if you do bad things, you come back around until you go into the universal consciousness. But yeah, you definitely like learning about Sikhism. But go ahead.
Yeah, I just like looking at it all. I do. I like Zoroastrianism. I like a lot of things. I just like turning it over because it's refreshing, and I can actually operate outside the boxes. I don't have to be in anybody's boxes. And you know what's beautiful? If I don't have to be in anybody's boxes, I don't have to have you in anybody's boxes. Somebody can say, I'm a Christian, and I'll say, man, God bless you. Are you happy? Yes, God bless you even more. And a witness, whatever. Because
have you been to Montana yet, Dan?
No, I haven't.
Have you been to Idaho?
Yes, I live in Idaho.
Oh, well, then you know God. All you got to do is go outside and look up. If you live past the matrix, you're there, babe.
I know, and that's the thing. Why I can't look at God and see all the variety, see all the different plants, all the different animals, all the different fishes, and say, why couldn't there be all kinds of different religious ideals? America was supposed to be one nation under God, come here and worship. It wasn't really a Christian. It was a sort of Bible based, but it wasn't like you had to worship Jesus. It was in God we trust. America was founded on God we trust, which means you could come here and worship as you will. It was
amen. Oh, women, you made it. You're there. The thing is, here on the East Coast, there's so many people that haven't been out where you've been. Once you're out there, all you got to do is go outside, sit in the yard, and you're in a church. It's God's.
Right. You're right, but there is a church on every corner. There's a Mormon church literally on every corner, not even a mile apart. There's a Mormon church.
Our first motto was E pluribus unum, which is Latin for out of many one. And God we trust was added in the 1960s in a response to the fear of communism and the kind of the beginning of rising of Christian nationalism again. But yes, go ahead. I want to go up to Montana. I was wanting to live there for a very long time.
Yeah, it's beautiful. The climate is beautiful here. We don't have much of a winter. It's very dry. So when it's cold, it doesn't feel real cold. Like if it's 30 degrees, it feels like 45. And so it's kind of really nice like that. But, I've been so healed just walking in nature. I've been so healed just not thinking so much. Religion, I think, tries to keep us in our head, processing all the time. And I think that's what's been refreshing to me, to have a Buddhist understanding that I can just sit still, which is also a mystical understanding, which is based on like the cloud of unknowing, that you sit with the Lord in silence without any thoughts. And you allow the divine physician to come in and do its handiwork on you. And so instead of you telling God what to do, the Spirit knows what to do. You're being acceptable. But I've loved that part of Buddhism where I just don't have to process so much. I don't even know if what I'm thinking is true. And that's okay.
It doesn't have to have a name. You look at some of the Native American beliefs and just a little bit of drumming and a powwow. It didn't have a lot to it. Now, there's a book called Blackfoot Physics that I have not read yet. So some of their understanding of the cosmos was modern and vast compared to what the West has. I mean, Western philosophy has. But when you get to the American West, it takes your breath away. You don't need words. You don't need dogma. You're just out there living and breathing. You're in the environment that's connected to everything. You look up and you see the sky, and you're there. You're there with the Creator.
Yes, that's right, Pixie. That's exactly right. That's all I can say. I just figured that I've been resurrected from religion. I've been resurrected from politics. Don't call me a left. Don't call me a right. Don't call me anything. Don't call me anything religiously. I don't want the labels. I don't want any labels on me. Don't tell me I'm a Christian. That's a limitation. That's narrow-mindedness, from what I've seen. In other people, they live from that, But I lived from Jehovah's Witnesses 40 years. I lived out of that ideology. I knew everything. And then guess what happened, guys? It collapsed. What collapsed? Belief systems. What happens when the belief system collapses? I expanded. I was born again. I was born again into a greater understanding. And that's what I think Jesus meant when he said death, resurrection, ascension. He said, you're going to die and be resurrected and ascend. You're going to come out of the tomb of unknownness, which I did, which was religion. Yeah, I was a Jehovah's Witness living from a partial reality, not a whole reality, not totally wrong, but I was living totally as if that was real. It was done unto me as I believed. But then I realized so is the Mormon. He's doing unto him what he believes, and the Hindu is doing unto him what he believes. And isn't that an interesting thought? I'll just throw this out. Is that an interesting thought that God...
Yes. Oh, I was saying yes to everything you brought up already. Can you say that again? Isn't it an interesting thought? And what you said after that, please?
Yeah. I was just saying, isn't it interesting that God, we're told that we were knitted together in the womb, right? Well, why would God knit Muslims together in the womb? Why would God knit them together? And why would he immaculately conceive them? They didn't get here on their own. They were here before here too. They had to be. They weren't in some womb and a bunch of seeds. What did God do? Pull out of a million seeds, one seed? So if we ask these questions, to me, it expands the mind. Why is God pulling Tibetan monks out of the womb? And they're just up in these mountains meditating. Who are they? They got to be demonic. They don't believe like you know what I mean?
I do. If they're not like us, they must be demonic.
And the Tibetans are related to the Navajo.
Oh, wow. That's very interesting.
They all had boats. We are all one as humans, and we're so divided by the borders and the things that cause war and trouble. We're all just humans.
Yes. And you know something, Pixie and guys, you know what I see myself as? You. I see myself as you. How could I be any different than you? I was brought here like you. I came through a womb like you. I was knitted together like you by the hand of God. I was brought here for some particular purpose. You know what I mean? When I see me, I see you. I don't care what religion you are. I think that's what God does with our mind as we start shedding, as we start surrendering the illusions. Well, I'll tell you one of the best questions I ever said to God. Give me the truth. He says, put on a seatbelt.
I think you were laying in the home that got repossessed. There was flies flying around, and you were making that prayer as you were laying there. Yeah.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. And you know what? It's never stopped. And you know what's happening? What I know keeps reducing. I know I'm talking a lot, but really what I know keeps reducing. I don't have to know. I don't have to know.
Isn't that a place of freedom? It's very freeing to me, what you're talking about.
I can love you. If I have a belief system, a very strong belief system, how the hell can I love you? If I think you ought to be like me, a Christian, or you're dead, can I really get to know you? Can I really get to know you? They talked about that on Rick's show. You know, when you're a Jehovah's Witness, all those Jehovah's Witnesses moving up to that area. Those people are going to look at the witnesses, and the witnesses are going to look at them as indifferent, just like those Jews that are going to be up there, those Hasidic Jews, right?
Well, that whole area is zoned for these different, like for different religions. I don't know what to call that. I'm sorry.
It's a monastery area.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you guys know what I mean? You're
yeah, I do.
Imagine if I could look at you in the eye, truthfully, and say, "You're me. I love you because I love me, because I don't have any judgment against myself." You know what I mean? God loves
but that's
me.
camping. See, I thought the witnesses were going to promote camping for about 5 minutes, because once in a while they'll have a picture of somebody camping, or they had that video one time where they showed the stars and said, "Oh, here's the stars." Well, they quit having all this nature stuff, because once you get out there, you don't need dogma. You don't even, and I'm such a reader. I don't even need a book when I'm out there.
Good point. I never thought of that. Anything to do with anything. And I think Jeff brought up last week, the reason they don't want you at a Thanksgiving with your family is because you might feel some love from people.
You might. And, hey, once you're out there, all you need is a nice little house, a nice fire, and a coffee cup. You don't need all the stuff we have here in the East Coast. All the stuff
right. You'll be
into.
Yes. And I can tell you that. I'll tell you what, last week, you can ask Angela, I said, I feel like we got to get out of here. We got to get out. We got to get out. We got to get out. We got to see the leaves blowing around. We got to look at the different things. Didn't I, Angela? I was like, we got to get out. Every day I just had to get out. And you know what? When I went out, I was rejuvenated. I felt whole. I felt complete. And like you said, Pixie, and you guys, there was no book. There's no book that could do that. It was nature. It was the sun beating on my face. It was the breeze blowing on my face.
Nature is the book. You guys look 10 years younger. When I saw that last video where you were tanned after going to Shasta, I said, they got it now. They got it. They found it.
Shasta is an interesting place, I got to tell you. I mean,
Yeah.
I started crying.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hey, can I say something?
Yeah.
Oh man, I heard my voice echoed there. I hate the sound of my own voice. So I'm Brad from Australia, but I was actually born in New Zealand, and I'm a native of New Zealand. We call them Maoris. The religion that you're describing is what they believe. So one of the things I was going to comment earlier is when you said, oh, meditating in nature, they're going to make you think that you're worshipping nature. That is the specific reason why my father, Jehovah's Witness father, took away all our Maori culture from my mum. She's classed as Maori royalty, and that religion is classed as what, pagan, spiritism, worshipping nature, that sort of stuff. But really what they believe in is that everything in the world, living or non-living, is all connected.
It is.
And we can never be fully happy unless everything and everyone is fully happy. So if my neighbor is not happy with something, then I have to go, for me to be happy, I have to go and help my neighbor get his happiness back. Otherwise, we can never all be happy together. And if we're treating the earth like shit, then we can never be happy because the earth is not happy. And that description that you say of looking into Pixie's eyes and saying, we are one, that is, they have this thing where they call sharing breath. And they'll touch their foreheads and noses together, and they'll stay there for a full breath. It's called sharing breath, and it's the same. It's a way of looking into someone's soul and telling you that we're the same. We have the same mission. We have the same idea of life, and that's for all of us to be happy. We can't ever all be happy unless all of us are happy.
We're all connected.
And that sounds very close to what you're describing. And it's a beautiful way of thinking, in my opinion.
Yeah. I'm moving more and more into it. I really am. The wars hit me today. I thought, oh my God, we've been killing ourselves our whole life. We've been killing each other. Over religion, over different things, oil, but it's like we've been living in insanity. We met somebody.
We put it down to war over a difference of opinion. We're killing each other over a difference of opinion that we can never prove. It definitely sounds ridiculous when you think about it like that.
Yeah, something. We met people on a little boat. We were going to some islands up in Washington, and they were a whole different religion. I don't know. They kind of looked Indian. I don't know what they were. Angela's sleeping, but they were the nicest people. And you know what they said? Said we were in some religion that believes we're all one. And I said, what religion's that? They go, oh, it's massive. And I said, I've never heard of it. Now, I don't remember what it is. What is it? It wasn't Hindu. It was kind of a Hindu.
It might have been like Sikhism.
What is it?
Might have been Sikhism.
I think it was. You know something? Here's what's interesting. We knew they loved us. And we loved them. And they were strangers. We were coming back on the boat. We're like, we love you guys. We love you too. We embraced. We had some coffee. We talked the whole time. And guess what? There was no religion between us. There was no, I'm right. I believe this. It's just all belief systems anyway. Love is beyond belief systems. Love is what took me and Angela out of the cult.
It goes a little deeper even than that from an anthropological point of view. What Brad has mentioned from his direct ancestors that he knows in this life by name is something that's done in the Nordic and Eskimo cultures to this day. I had a notion to do a graduate thesis of dancing around the world, of indigenous dancing. And I looked for footage and I looked for footnotes, and I realized there's probably not a university in the United States that would even grant me that. These were the thoughts that were beat out of people, my dear friends.
Wow. That's amazing.
The love and truth, natural human choreography was nearly beaten out of not just me, but millions of people before any of us were even born.
Wow. Wow. I think all of this is part of the false reality that we're needing to shed so that we can come together. And I believe we can come together. And I believe there's going to come a time where we're going to get tired of killing each other over religion, over belief systems. I don't think belief systems are that important. They change all the time.
If we could just breathe and dance and have a cup of coffee together, the world would be a great place.
Isn't that so true? We go camping, we see people, we talk to people by the shore, they're fishing, we show them how to fish, they talk to us about this. I mean, there's nothing there that, it's not like when we were witnesses, we had to have a packet of brochures. I'm really enjoying your guys' thoughts tonight. It's amazing. I'm learning some things about some other religions. That guy from Australia, wherever he's from too. That is so amazing what he said. That kind of that happened in his family.
Well, Brad's just some kind of wonderful anyway.
Yeah.
Dan, can you remind me the name?
That's a lovely thing to say, Pixie. Thank you.
I was just saying bye, everybody. I gotta go.
Oh, good night, sweetheart.
Thank you. Thank you. Great guy. I like him.
Yeah, thank you, Weston. Dan, can you remind us of Angela's CD, her Christmas CD?
Yeah.
I'm looking in my own records and I can't find it. I've been looking now for like half an hour and I can't find it, so I just need to ask. It's an incredibly good CD, and Angela is quite talented, and she went and had this professionally done. So it's really, I own her CD as well, not a physical, but I ordered it through, like I get to listen to it off the internet.
Yeah, it's called Amazon. You can get it at Amazon. It's called The Inspirations of Christmas. You can get it on Spotify, Inspirations of Christmas. And I got to tell you guys, there was so much love put into that, you have no idea. Angela didn't think we could have the money to make a CD like that. She says, I don't think we have the money. And I said, why don't you think we have the money? We have money for me and to write books and different things. Why wouldn't we have money for you? And she says, really? We can do a CD? And I was like, absolutely. And you know what? This girl can hear music. And this girl, she hired the very best players. Who's all the people you have, Angela? I don't know. She's sleeping. She hired a choir, a children's choir. She hired all these musicians. It cost $5,000 to make this CD. And she put her whole heart into it. But it's beautiful. Don't you think, Linda?
It's beautiful.
And so, yeah, she's telling people she's going to do a little sing-along coming up here. I'm trying to remember the day. The 10th. She just said December 10th. At what time? 6 o'clock. She's going to do a live, and she's going to sing some songs, Christmas songs. And so,
yeah, she did. She did that. She did that like 2 years ago or something, and it was very nice. Just with her acoustic guitar in your living room, it was really nice. I don't know how she'll do it this year, but yeah. Thank you for telling me the name of it. I just looked it up. Angela K. Clark. That's why I couldn't find it. I didn't put it in the K. and it has 16 songs on it. So
Yep, that's it.
mainly Christmas music, but a few extras, and it's just really delightful.
Yeah, thank you.
So I look forward to seeing her live too, because I don't have anybody here to have any kind of holiday with, and I don't really even know how to have a Christmas. So I'm going to tune in to.
Where are you at?
I'm in Virginia.
Virginia. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Okay. Well,
I have.
come out here.
Oh, I'd love to. I've got about 30 oak trees on my little tiny lot here, but I do miss seeing those mountains.
Oh yeah. Boise's surrounded by them. I didn't know there was that many mountains out here, but man, we're only 400 miles from Montana, and Yellowstone Park, 600, I think, and Seattle.
Oh, I've been
Washington.
there many times. Where are you near an airport?
Yeah, Boise Airport. Yep.
Well, that could happen.
I know. Yeah, we have a room. We've got a room you can stay in. A really nice room. It's kind of a guest house, and we also have like a little chapel on the back, a glass house that sits on the river, and it's heated, and it's really nice just to go out and have coffee. And anytime you're welcome. Anytime, all you guys are, Linda, James, you, and anybody else listening. Anytime you guys want to come,
I might be surprised.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. We'll spoil you.
All right. Well, maybe when the spring happens, let's do this thing.
Let's do it. We'll have a blast. We can go wherever. We'll go to Anacortes if you want, which is not too far. And I mean, there's some cool places to go, and we'll have some fun in Boise too.
Yeah.
Sounds good, Dixie. Awesome.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Well, who's left in the chat? I came in late. It's 2:30 here.
I'm still here. And Jupiter Crash in this chat just asked me to look at Bert Ehrman's channel. He's a respected scholar on New Testament, which is true. He is what is called a Christologist. So some people study and teach theology. He actually teaches North Carolina, South Carolina. I don't remember which, but he's teaches at the college there. So Christology would be the history of Christ. Theology is like the study of the Bible. Go ahead.
Who came up to speak is they're not. What am I thinking of? Oh, Graham Hancock. The archaeologists aren't laughing at him anymore. He is wonderful. Check out Graham Hancock.
I've never heard of him. I don't think. I might recognize him if I see his face, Graham Hancock.
He's got a book about prehistory. He's got a book called Supernatural, about Native American stuff. He's wonderful.
Oh wow! Okay. Yeah, I enjoy Bart Ehrman. Thank you, Jupiter. I appreciate that suggestion. Yeah.
Did you look at that? Lala's Emporium with the free books yet?
Was this a suggestion of yours to me?
Yeah, YouTube. They read the books to you.
Oh, okay. You know what? I don't think I've looked at all the message.
Lala's Emporium. It has an apostrophe S. And there's a book on there called The Milk of Paradise about the history of opium. It won't hurt your sobriety. You won't be attracted to the story of the medicine itself, but you will be enlightened because the whole history is going to be from Babylon on about this famous painkiller and how it was shipped around the world. And in part 2, I wanted to ask Barbara Anderson if she saw any incidents of Huntington Russell in the Pastor Russell stuff, because in this book it says that the ships went with the opium, and then the missionaries went on the ships.
Oh, that's interesting.
And Russell owned some of those ships, the Russell name, the family.
Okay. That makes it more interesting.
Yeah, and the world's all about shipping, and this is the way to get a history of the whole world in about an hour, and they read it to you, and you'll never see the world the same way again. I'm like, whoa.
What's it called, Pixie?
It's called The Milk of Paradise, and it's read to you at Lala's Emporium on YouTube. But you have to put a hyphen between la and apostrophe S. And there's also a book on there, The History of Paper, and some other $40 nonfiction books that I love. But they're reading them to you for free on YouTube.
Wow.
Very nice.
That is really cool. Wow.
So I had all kinds of questions that I didn't get to ask her since she was in that archive, you know. But half
What were you going to
never be known. Half will never be known.
What would you have asked?
I wanted to know if there was any indication of Russell's trip and if his family owned the ship, because I have indications of that from several history books, but I don't have it cold hard fact. And the witnesses had they had shipping out of New York. They had shipping privileges right there in Brooklyn that nobody else really had day and night.
Okay.
So Russell was always traveling, shipping, being.
Yeah, he preferred ships over planes. That was for sure.
They didn't have planes yet.
Yep.
It was 1889. They didn't have an airplane yet.
Well, there was a time when they were starting to, like the Wright brothers were giving plane rides and stuff, and Rutherford got on them, but Russell wasn't interested in them, from what I read. Yeah.
And the missionaries never really got their toe in China. I think Martin Scorsese did the book. It's a brutal movie, but he put a lot of money and talent into it. And it's from a story about how the missionaries, the Jesuits, they never could make a foothold into China.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I've just put the link of Angela's CD. I'm sorry, Pixie. Go ahead.
It was a true movie, and it was, I think, Martin Scorsese, I think Marty made the picture, and they might have got a nomination for an Academy Award, but they had actors that went on fasts and all to look skinny for the movie, and it's very violent what happened to those original Jesuits.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it's a book that I knew about from my dad years ago with the other witness missionaries that mentioned this book, so it's something that every missionary seemed to know.
Okay, that's really intriguing. I just put the title and the link of Angela's Christmas album called Inspirations of Christmas in the chat for YouTube. So if you can screenshot it or copy the comment I just made, because it didn't show up blue like a link could show up, but I could also put it in the comments below. Which the comments below are not available yet. So I'll do that later.
Well, had a second Watchtower on that. Your name being written in the book of life in 10. That's their newest thing.
Yeah. This tomorrow is supposed to be a specific study, and that subject that you're talking about right now might be that what they're going to study about. I don't remember, but I just remember this Sunday it's going to be something.
They're going to talk about how the afterlife is going to be this great educational work. It's like they're not even handing us a sailboat anymore. We don't get a sailboat or do an archery. Like, oh, it's be the greatest educational work. It's like when, all these witnesses thought, well, after I'm in the new system, I won't be working anymore. What a
Right. And it's like almost Groundhog's Day or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
What? We're doing this all again?
Moving a wheelbarrow full of books to educate the pagans. I don't think so.
That's funny. Trudy Z in the chat said, for years I had no idea that Russell was not the first president. Yeah, there was somebody before him, and almost like somebody that helped him get it started, or he had something going with him for a while, and then I believe that person also helped a few other people get started.
I think Conley may have had a magazine before Russell.
Yes.
I'm not sure all that Conley did, but Russell had influence and money, and even in the witness's own little costume soap that they did a great job with, by the way. They mentioned that in today's money, when Russell did the haberdashery, he had $1 million when $1 million was worth $1 million.
Mm.
So they admitted that in their own show about him.
Okay.
So,
Russell is very fascinating to learn about. I was listening to
that's the names in America of famous families.
Yeah, I need to look into that too. Barbara Anderson was on the show before this one with Rick, and she was talking about she was somewhere where she just opened up these cabinets and loose pictures were there, and all this. She found the notes, the minutes for some other meeting, and I'm thinking to myself, if there was women, more women around, that would not have happened, right?
Yeah, that's where we go.
So this whole thing about women are pretty useless is let me just say, history would have been filed a bit differently. I'm assuming and giving my opinion. It seems that Russell took over and it was not appreciated at all, which is what Trudy says. So Trudy, are you
want to find his papers in there either,
Oh, the divorce papers are something to find and very interesting to read. Yes, they are.
Yes.
Okay.
And his divorce was in all the newspapers of the day.
Oh, I know. The Eagle could not stand him. Like, every chance they got, they were like, this dude's wrong. And some way or another, they were writing all this stuff about him. Okay. Trudy Z said that Brother Conley was president for 4 years. And so I think that's who she's talking about when she said Russell took over it and was not appreciated at all. So Trudy, are you saying like he kind of took over Conley's business, and yes, he was president, and I think Russell was like maybe treasurer or vice president. He had a certain role of higher up, but are you saying he kind of just?
The claim was that he could do 2.5 hours on stage and not miss a beat. And
Oh yeah.
acting, people that can do that, like a Shakespearean actor can do that. So when he traveled around to these little towns and theaters and things in big cities, people flocked to see him because they didn't have a lot of entertainment in those days, and people got their news sometimes if someone was on stage. They'd give them information they didn't have because they didn't have radio, they didn't have TV. The newspapers took months to get there. So if somebody came to your town and they were going to talk to you for 2 hours, you wanted to know what they were going to say.
Yes.
And this man could hold an audience that long, and he was beloved. So that was the strength of these two that he did.
Trudy Z is saying that there was a falling out, and that's what I've read as well. Yeah, thank you for commenting and saying that. I think that Rutherford gave it definitely a different flavor after Russell, but the time of
was brutal. I'm reading Rutherford's Coup right now, and my dad was from the Russell age into Rutherford, but he had a following of a different kind because, as Barbara Anderson noted tonight, in the Depression, people were hungry. People who had things lost their farms, their money. People were scrounging for food in the Middle West. They were burning crops to keep the price stable. My parents went through all that. And so my dad comes as a Bible student with this Russellite idea. And then Rutherford takes it. After Russell dies, the people that Russell wanted to have it didn't get it. Some of them were women.
That's true.
And Rutherford, the whole dogma, he puts that second tier in there of heavenly and earthly class. He has all kinds of things in other beliefs. I think there was quite a bit of anti-Catholic sentiment from Rutherford. All kinds of different things that happened that were not anything like the Russellites.
True, yes. He really gave it a different flavor. And I haven't done enough studies on Knorr, but he's the one that brought into, the blood, no blood transfusions and a few other things. So maybe even the disfellowshipping. I'm not sure.
I had the web page on my computer, on a different computer. There is some indication that the U.S. Army was looking at field medicine, and I am convinced that the witnesses were the control group in that.
And me too. Me too.
And I can't go with that blood policy the way they hand it out. I just can't.
And what confirms that theory, which I have as well, is that it makes sense that then the Jehovah's Witnesses were told to stop smoking. So, it helped in that guinea pig situation when they stopped smoking. I believe that. And again, I'm just saying, this is my theory. Gabby Shut Up said Rutherford's crew looked like a bunch of gangsters. Yeah, yep. And Rutherford looked evil. Yeah, he really did come from a different angle, and he had very different personality. And another thing I want to suggest as my viewpoint only, and let me just say, this show, we toss around ideas, and the point of it usually is, to help other people start thinking critically. So this is what thinking critically looks like being a bit skeptical and wonder if it could be this or wonder could it be that, and so there's fact and there's theories and opinions and all that, But I do believe that where was I going to go with this? I'd lost it. what was I starting to say about, okay, the blood situation. I do believe that they were working with the government to make bloodless blood so that those that go to war will have access to bloodless medicine when their, servicemen are injured, and they would be able to take care of them right there, replace the blood right then and there. I believe that was the purpose of the using Jehovah's Witnesses as guinea pigs. And
orthopedic without blood. That's where the best result is.
Can you say that again?
They've made strides in orthopedic without blood. So if the person had an injured limb, they've done real well with the limb.
Okay. Very interesting, fascinating.
But someone, if they've been shot, or a pregnant woman or whatever, these people need to have that product. So they've not really solved that without blood.
Right. But there definitely has been great advances in bloodless medicine, is what they call it. So it's bloodless, alternative medicine.
And how they use the knife, they've got a knife that cauterizes now, a special knife.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But
Gabby shut up. Gabby shut up said that. Hold on just a minute, Pixie. Gabby shut up in this chat under YouTube said maybe cigarette money is better spent in the collection box. Question mark. That's
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
True. I see that. Yeah, there was somebody that came on and said, well, that's why they don't want you to have any birthday cake, because you put the money in the box. I think there's some truth to that.
Right. If we're gonna spend a good amount of money spoiling our child on their birthday, it makes it to where less money is spent elsewhere. Yeah.
You could be right about that. I remember growing up, anytime I needed new clothes or anything like that, my old man always would say, "Oh no, you're not worth that."
Oh my
God.
God.
So maybe he was looking at saving money so he could put it in the donation box instead. I doubt that, but maybe.
Huh.
There was an American study that Brad might not know about different religions in America and who makes the most money. And the Hindus were at the top, and then the Jewish people, and then the Episcopals, and then the Catholics, and then it went down the line. And
hey, what about Mormons? Aren't Mormons pretty rich?
Oh yeah, they were on there, but the Hindus were at the top, which is surprising because that's kind of been a new immigration group. And but at the bottom, beneath the Southern Pentecostals, the witnesses were at the very bottom rung in education and earnings.
Yes.
Oh wow.
And this was a very noted survey that was done in the last 5 years.
So they're the least educated and they make the least amount of money, as in the rank and file.
That's it. That was proven by this survey, with the Hindus on the top, variety of American
I
religions.
definitely believe the education thing.
Yeah. Whereas the Mormons have to tithe, but they've got their own university. They make sure their people are prospering.
Yeah, they spend money on their members. I know that.
Right.
Seventh-day Adventist has their own college as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's a movement, I would call it, which is #IGotOut, and they are joining with something else regarding MLMs, so multi-level marketing. So the more I've learned about multi-level marketing, it does seem very much like what was going on when we were witnesses, or you could call it a pyramid scheme.
Yep.
So they've joined together, and I think that's a good thing. Maybe their hashtag will change, but what happens when you use a hashtag and then a statement after it? When somebody looks up a certain subject, that helps them find certain subjects. So that's what's good about using hashtag and either a word or like the statement I got out, or simply putting JW, the initials JW, directly after what is considered the pound key on your phone, but it's also called a hashtag now. See, back in the day, it looked like tic-tac-toe to me, but it says hashtag today.
Well, when we used to have to get the magazines for service, that was kind of I'm wondering if Russell was the original pyramid scheme, pun intended, because people would attempt to pay us for the magazine, but then we'd go back and buy more magazines, and it was odd. So much of it had odd things in it that I'm just beginning to realize what the adults were up to.
Yeah, I remember that transition time of asking for, a certain amount of money and saying it's simply the amount of publishing and, sending it to us.
40 cents in Australia.
Okay, yeah, like 20 cents a magazine, meaning the Watchtower and Awake. I think we would use the term postage and printing. So what I later learned from Randall Waters was that the organization, makes their money right off the top through us, the members. And then we go out and distribute it. And so that time when it switched over between selling them and then asking for a donation was because the Watchtower did this thing called being a friend of the court when Jimmy Swaggart was going to court, because some of the things that he was selling, they wanted to tax it. And anyways, he lost, so therefore we couldn't sell anymore because they were hoping things would not, because whatever happened with that guy I just mentioned, it would affect them, and it did.
Yeah, I got interested in the law at that point because I realized, wow, the witnesses have gone into court with Swaggart.
Yeah.
They've sided with, and said they wanted to be part of that. And I'm like, how can they do that? And it's like somebody said, well, that's how the law works. And I'm like, what else don't I know?
Pretty interesting. Trudy Z says, I remember as a child asking a nickel per magazine. You know what this reminds me of? The carrier bags that would be worn even by coal porters. They would carry a bag and it would literally say 5 cents on it, and
right.
That would be selling them for 5 cents each. Yeah. And it didn't say for donation back then either.
Right.
Oh my goodness. I love the stuff, the comments you make in the chat, you guys. You guys are amazing.
So it was kind of like Amway meets science fiction in those days, I guess.
Maybe so, yeah. Yeah.
We all had a big dream. things were going to be okay. And also, I think the idea of new life is people in the membership too, because the Bible has this gospel that doesn't change, but something was always new, and so you kind of had to keep up with it because, well, it's changed.
And it's very clever how the governing body presents that to us. They don't say that God didn't get it right. They say that once it goes to them, they didn't take in the whole picture, or they interpreted it differently, but now they have more clarification. So there's new light on the subject. Yeah. So they say that they're the ones that did that interpretation. They put it on them rather than God, which is a good idea. I think it's a very good idea. So they look forward to the new light.
First Thessalonians says, well, don't put your trust in men, and they just want their ears tickled. And, you look at what Jesus said about that, and it's like, wait a minute, who are these people?
Well, remember there's a scripture talking about how like a mirror or a window is kind of cloudy looking, and then it will get clearer and clearer. The message will become clearer and clearer as the mirror or the window becomes clearer and clearer, So they kind of use that kind of an explanation.
Well, what struck me, a friend of mine, she's gone now, she lives into her 70s, which was, for her health, was good, because she didn't think she'd live that long, but I remember her saying to me, she was a devout witness, they had a wonderful farm, and she says, but those people in New York have never raised any children. And she was on the farm raising her 4 children with her wonderful husband. And she would always say that, well, they've not raised any children. And, they don't pay any rent either. They're not down here with us.
That was very observant of her, because I don't think people think it all the way through to that and compare themselves to those that live at Bethel.
Well, they're telling us how to do when they're not the ones doing it.
Exactly.
I'll send you my top 10 because I boiled it down to one line for each one.
Okay.
If I can get up here, I'm so comfortable and wool.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
I'll read it to you here if you got a minute.
Oh, yeah. I would love that. I would love that. Please do.
Got my slippers on. Gotta find my glasses. Here's my top 10. Starts out, crimes against the kids, attitude toward women, extorting property from the elderly, medical issues such as the blood doctrine, lack of college, shunning is against grace and cruel, doctrines and false prophets, gay marriage and other legal issues, the money and no college.
Mic drop. Mic drop. Mic drop. That was good. Very good ones. Yeah.
So those are reasons not to stay. And I couldn't think of 10 reasons to stay. I could only think of the 10 reasons not to.
Okay. I love it when they'll do a show. Well, I'm thinking of now I'm losing the name of him, but they'll announce on one of their shows that they are not spirit directed. And you're thinking to yourself, what do you mean you're not spirit directed? Isn't this why we're
I'm asking myself
believing
now,
in
what
you?
spirit?
Yep.
Here, demons, what spirit is it?
Right. And then a few minutes later, they'll be like, Jehovah, Jesus trusts us, so, shouldn't you? As though. So then it's like, now that we've taken away, you should listen to us because we're spirit directed. Now it's like, look, Jesus trusts us. So now they're giving you another reason to, because you have, they make this convincing argument right at the beginning of one's Bible study, their free Bible study, of why one would take directions from the governing body. They have to convince people right up front why listening to them is wiser than using your own reasoning skills, But I love that. Jesus trusts us. So what
Just
do
ask
you?
God if you should trust. Look at the videotape of them. Why could this? How? I mean, just look at them. They're not fit to lead. They're not fit to lead anything.
Yeah, makes you wonder. And when Barbara Anderson was on Rick's show earlier, I liked that she made the distinction between she's from the old school, like when the governing body was this other group of people, not the ones from today. Things run differently.
And she mentioned him.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Franz and Swingle and those guys, yeah.
I remember Franz, or I've heard a talk, not remembered. I heard him give a talk about, does someone need to be educated to be an elder? And it all went down to pretty much no. Just no, they don't. I was like, wow, this is the man that dropped out of theological college, didn't finish it, and was recruited into the organization somehow. Wow.
Well, it seems to be said for finishing college or finishing whatever one starts. I mean, that was another thing too, well, what was this guy's credential? Well, he almost became this. Well, he almost became that. Well, why didn't he become that? He didn't finish anything. I see that pattern a lot.
That's fascinating. They get recruited out of going to college, and see, that happened to Stephen Hassan as well. He was in college, then he was recruited by a front group. I mean, people, not a front group, but people that some gals talk to him and stuff, and next thing you know, he's in the Moonies. Dropped out of school.
I think the people that were with Barbara Anderson were some very disciplined, dedicated people. They tried to be scholarly and disciplined every day. And I look at the crew they've got up there now, and I'm like, it took me almost a year to lose 25 pounds. These gentlemen are not disciplining themselves, not with a fork or a walk or anything. I mean, I have compassion for them. They're not aging well.
Yeah, I see that as well.
And they're up there at the lake. They should have a stroll every morning if they're not knocking on doors. At least that kept the rank and file pretty slender. They should at least have a stroll.
It's fascinating.
Seriously,
Circuit overseers are expected to go by a certain lifestyle for them to remain healthy. of
Oh
the
yeah, I
governing
had a guy
body.
here when my mother was alive. I made special cupcakes when he came here. I said, "You're going to eat that cupcake." And he finally says, "Oh, that's delicious." I'm like, "Yeah, I made that for you. I know it's probably not on your plan, but." So yeah, they're expected to look a certain way and limit their snackies and all that. So for them to have those leaders, it seems almost like a cruel joke to me. It's like, let's put these guys up there and see how many countries of the world will bow to them. I just, every time I see them as a group, I have a cartoon in my head of the woman sitting on the beast and just the cartoon faces of them on the beast.
I can see that too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They had that one gentleman who'd been a missionary in Japan. He did a very nice talk on camera, and I haven't seen him back because he outshone them a little bit. They've got some people that could really, I mean, that would really be a danger to anyone that wanted to leave if they could really put some talented, shined up leaders there. That's kind of interesting that they haven't done that.
Well, if they had a really talented leader, then the members, rank and file, would be encouraged to be like that. And they really don't want them to be like that.
They should be excellent at every turn. I mean, I can remember in my youth when you were supposed to be excellent in everything you did. You were going to be perfected. You had to strive till you couldn't strive anymore, and you had to do it with missionary zeal. And if you missed a meal doing it, so be it.
The zeal. Absolutely.
You know, missionary zeal, and you might miss a meal. Really, I mean, your service was important, being pressed and combed was important, and get out there and, kind of an onward Christian soldier kind of thing. It wasn't
exactly.
And being plump.
Speaking of Christian soldiers, have you noticed how many of the songs, kingdom melodies, are very soldier-like songs? Dun 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 dun.
One of them was onward Christian soldiers. I can't remember the number of them. And one of them in the old songbook was "God Rest You Merry Gentlemen."
Ah, okay. And they changed the words.
Uh-huh.
Or did they keep the word? Okay. So
no, they were different words, but it was the same tune, and it was another one was "Onward Christian Soldiers" with different.
They always had military drums in them. I remember that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I am so glad you guys enjoyed the case I brought up earlier about the police officer suing the police station or whatever it is. He's suing six. That was fun to read, even though
he doesn't know where the position he put himself in.
I agree.
He's in the worst position in the whole world. There is no way Jehovah's Witnesses are going to defend him. In fact, it's more likely that they will straight up attack him.
Oh, I don't think I don't think.
Thinking that he's a Jehovah's Witness. It's so strange.
I don't think he wants the org to find out about his case. Oh my goodness. Oh. Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I used to get asked all the time, "Oi, how do you not vote?" People over here sometimes don't want to vote, and you have to write a special thing, say why you're not voting, otherwise you get fined.
What?
And
over there,
Jehovah's Witnesses don't vote. Yeah. So people will always ask me, "Oi, what do you write on it?" And then I don't have to vote. And I always said the same thing. They're gonna know. They're not idiots.
Oh my goodness.
Jehovah's Witness very quickly.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I never knew that about Australia.
Yeah, you get fined if you don't vote.
Never heard of such a thing. That's
I don't.
Why?
Because I'm not an Australian citizen.
Right.
But everyone that's a citizen has to either vote or have a religious reason why they're not voting. You've got to fill out this form, and they'll sometimes call you up and question you about the form. They'll sometimes come to your house and question you about the form. And if for some reason it's the very first time that you've gone, I'm a Jehovah's Witness, they will come to your house and they will question you, and they will find out you're not a Jehovah's Witness super quickly. It's the easiest thing in the world.
Wow, I learned something important. Wow.
I think this guy with the in the papers I was reading earlier, I think he just thought he'd just throw that out there and they would have to comply, and that all he'd have to say is, for religious reasons.
They'll be too scared to deny me my religious right.
And I think he just I think he's just, what is that called when you put your heels in the sand and you're just doubling down. And he's just doubling down and doubling down and doubling down because he won't back off. So now I think that's what's happening.
Well, I hope he's gotten himself another job since then.
I hope so too.
Because he probably won't be paying the cost anymore.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any other religion that impacts one's employment quite so much, though.
Right? I think the Amish
Get into that earlier.
has their own culture.
There was a study that was a police officer, and he left as soon as he became a publisher, an unbaptized publisher. He stopped being a police officer, and it was because people told him to stop being a police officer.
Yeah.
That's not the profession that we should. And yeah, you're right. Sorry to cut you off there, but Amish people aren't allowed secular careers either.
Yeah, but they have farms to support their family's food budget. They're self-sufficient. They're in their own little world. So, the witnesses being in the world but not of it, I mean, they're not considering how are their people going to get their food, especially the American prices now, and probably Australia too. The prices for food have gone sky high around the world this year. And so Mormons have a little food bank for their people, and our cities and towns have food banks for everyone if they need something. And the witnesses have not addressed this. Now the governing body, they've got their own food trucked in from their own farm there at Watchtower Farms in New York, but they're not sharing that. They're going to be in a rude awakening when they realize how little some of these pioneers eat.
So that's why they're all so thin.
Oh yeah, they
governing body. They haven't eaten nothing.
We have an ad here for a restaurant. The tagline for the ad is "Eating good in the neighborhood." That's what they're doing.
Oh, I like that. Wow, I like that a lot.
The thing about Scotch is it's got a lot of sugar in it.
Yeah.
The thing about what?
Exclusively drink Macallan Scotch.
Oh, okay. Scotch.
Price. I went to the ABC store the other day and I thought it was going to be $40 or $50. That's $150 here.
Yeah. It's even more here.
They've got the best of everything. Catered meals, a new suit every 2 years, pinky rings. They're not down here with us.
He does have good taste because it is the best.
It truly is. I noticed that. I went and did a little research.
That's why you're paying so much for it. It's a glorious drink. If you're buying it with your own money. If you're buying it with your own money.
Well, I wonder if that was for the Gilead graduation or for his wife's stash, or, I mean, he had to have a shopping cart to get it to his car.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, he doesn't have a job, does he? So it's definitely only comes from donations.
Yeah, or a purchase order there at the place, the tire month.
Yeah, which actually seems worse if that's what you're doing, organising it with the bottle shop.
I do know they get new suits every 2 years. I talked to I had met her wife, lovely woman, and
she's a beautiful woman, by the way, beautiful woman. I don't know how he got her, but it's like, wow. Oh, shut up now.
Time goes. And she mentioned, well, she got her clothes at Travel Fit. I said I'd look at that. I couldn't afford she solved the problem I had, but I looked at that and I can't afford to shop the catalog. Every 2 years they get clothes from these expensive catalogs.
Yeah, and someone was saying, I think it was Barbara, she was saying that there's so many donated clothes, and a lot of those clothes are really, really, really high quality, nice clothes.
Oh, yeah.
Pick out what they want, take it.
Sure. Sure.
Which seems so heartbreaking to me when I picture a poor rank and file Jehovah's Witness member not giving their kids birthdays, Christmas, anything like that, going to a store, seeing this nice coat, buying it, wanting to donate it, and she's wearing the shit torn up dresses and stuff that she's had to wear for years while she's donating nice clothes to the governing body so they can look good.
And then they tell us not to go to thrift because everything might have a demon in it. I shopped at nothing but thrift stores.
Well, I had nothing but hand-me-downs my entire life.
Yeah, they'll go to the thrift.
My mother wasn't a demon.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm so glad that I don't have to wear hand-me-down clothes anymore, and I never make my kids ever have to wear hand-me-down clothes. It's not that if you have to wear hand-me-down clothes, you have to wear hand-me-down clothes. It's part of life if you're
sure.
But I don't believe we ever had to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I believe my family, my dad being rich, could have afforded to buy me new clothes. He just chose not to.
Your dad's like a special breed of bad.
I miss dressing for meetings, and I used to love to dress.
Yeah, I don't miss that. Hold on. I have this a posture that pushes my head forward, so I look like I'm slouching all the time. And if you have to wear business suits, they choke you constantly.
Yes.
Every photo of me at a meeting, I have a finger jammed down the collar of my shirt, trying to pull it out. So glad I don't have to do that anymore. Oh my goodness.
Well, I was that girl in the 3-inch heels, and my back doesn't hurt anymore.
Yeah. Yes.
Shoes, I gotta say.
I need to get in touch with you and get some recipes for these cakes you make and these cupcakes you make. I love getting recipes from people. My mother's mother was a really good cook, but my mom was a good cook, but she didn't know many recipes. So I don't think she got the recipes from her mother handed down to her.
Well, the witnesses are all about too, you know. They do some good cakes and things.
I used to maintain.
Well, they were allowed to do it. What? If they did gym a little bit more, maybe they wouldn't have so much gluttony. I have yet to see an article about Christians and gluttony.
Oh, exactly. It's been considered, but they don't all the way go through with it. And I think it's because of the weight of the elders. I mean, governing body. Forgive me. Governing body.
So it's like because they're all courtly, Jehovah has decided that gluttony isn't a problem for the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Now, we could be like the Seventh-day Adventists if we just have a salad every day, but I have yet to see it. See, we're showing all those wonderful pictures in paradise, and we all have watermelon and salad and everything, and they're not talking about that now. Now it's going to be an educational effort, so I guess it's going to work. Yeah, it's going to be a work cult. There won't be any wheelbarrows full of vegetables in the pictures anymore, I guess. I don't know.
Have you seen that they have dogs on leashes?
Oh, I know. What's that about? What?
Yes, dogs on leashes.
They had one thing they had a video. This was offensive to me, and I try to look at things from the perspective of what they're telling. They had a character in the video that was like Genghis Khan. And they had another character that was like a slender, handsome Native American guy. So we got an Indian guy and an Asian guy. And they're from back in time. And they showed them in their native costumes. And then they're in paradise. And then they had to be schooled in paradise. And I thought, that is the most offensive thing I have ever seen. Just like, this guy.
And when they're in paradise, they're going to be wearing kids.
Yeah. And I thought, this is super offensive to me. And then they said, well, the name will be written in the book of life. So I got all up in arms about this. Most people didn't notice what I was saying. So now there's 2 Watchtower articles back to back with the phrase again, that your name will be written in the book of life is sinful. They totally blotted out the whole notion that the Redeemer's got some blood to redeem you.
Right.
And now, part 2 is going to be a great educational work. Where's my sailboat in the afterlife?
So if I even get to paradise, I could still screw up and be written out of the life, even though I made it all the way through Armageddon to paradise.
Yes.
And you're supposed to be an educator in paradise. Again, you're not given choice of career. In the afterlife, you're going to be educating all these pagans. And you don't get time off, a sailboat, horseback, or building your dream home.
Do I still get a dolphin?
It looks like he's got a dog on a leash. He looks kind of like a security dog, and he's got a leash and smashes to me. I mean, yeah.
Get a guard dog now.
You need a leash in paradise. He's following along. He knows you. But your dog's been resurrected for you. I mean, what's the deal? It was like nothing I remember.
And another thing was that I noticed.
Concept of paradise, and it sounds like they haven't worked it out.
I agree.
And I'll tell you about the time I got the magnifying glass out because I used to love the art department. So, I'm looking at the picnic there, and I'm trying to see all the people in the back, and there were little figures all in the back. Wonderful painting. Well, one of them was Harry Houdini.
Oh, I remember you saying that.
Yeah, and I should have framed that one.
I love Harry Houdini.
I do too.
In fact, I was so into magic at a young age that if I had seen a picture of Harry Houdini in one of our publications, that would have reaffirmed to me that Jehovah was correct. Look, Harry Houdini, man.
I met a traveling elder that used to go to Tandon's Magic Shop in New York all the time. And he was doing that. And some of the kids thought it was good and some thought it wasn't good. So, okay. They used to tell everybody to get a hobby. They don't tell that anymore.
No, they don't. Yeah.
I was reading articles in the Wake about different hobbies you could have.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I remember the office.
Remember the article that said you couldn't play chess? And I thought, that's ridiculous. And now they let you play chess.
I did not know that they let you play chess now.
They do, but I remember that article gave me down at a young age. I'm like, this is stupid, because every student at chess has a good thing to learn, and so my town had it as a good thing to do, and so
I'm actually looking for pictures right now, so be quiet for a minute here.
yeah, but this phrase now about this great educational work, that's going to be the next thing they're going to push.
Now, do you recall any time in history of the Watchtower where they ever spoke of people being written into the Book of Life in pencil? Because I don't.
That's been this year. They had it in this video with Genghis Khan and the Indian guy. And then they've had it now, the same phrase, in the Watchtower study of last week, I guess, and this upcoming one of the great educational work. But they've put the phrase, the Book of Life, with your name written in pencil. They put it on a video, and they put it in their magazine, their Watchtower now. And
Yeah.
I find it the most counterintuitive thing to actual biblical Christianity I've ever seen.
You know one thing I'm waiting for?
Yeah.
What?
I'm waiting for a picture of Jehovah with his big book on the front page of the Watchtower with the giant pencil in his hand.
I know it. I think that's a big thing. Scripture inspired. I'm like, yeah.
Would you hear the guy that they have a pencil on their razor to remember your name? You know,
It's not even historic. They didn't have pencils. They didn't have pencils until what, about 1800 or something?
I know. I know what I'm raising up that picture on the front page of the Watchtower. Being Jehovah. Okay. And that's what young Testament is, you know. I thought about that when I heard that. I heard a couple of talks on that, you know, doing information and stuff. Oh my God. You know, the Bible I think
It's not Bible. It's not in the Bible. It's not Bible at all. It's just counter. It's really a front to the whole Jesus redemption mediator thing.
My goodness. Wow. I just don't understand that sometimes you know, you mentioned all the things. You want to know the things. You think your name is the Book of Life? I hope so. Like you're talking to
The people
more and more tangible every day.
it's
like, when are the people going to graduate from here? You want to be fed. I mean, it's like, no,
Hey, I have a question. Is the Book of Life like an Egyptian thing? Yeah. Oh, the Book of Death? Yeah, Book of the Dead. Your heart is dead. I wonder when they're going to bring that book out. But also, as the Book of the Dead. Well, I guess you know that in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, they read to you what is the Ten Commandments. Yeah. That I have not stolen, I have not lied. And then your maybe gets the feather and you're welcome in the other world.
There's another picture that came from that same time of showing the dog on the leash of a little girl, maybe 10 or 11 years old, and she has her head turned sideways, and you can tell she's wearing glasses. Glasses.
You have glasses in paradise.
Right?
Am I always going to get worse in paradise?
I don't know, but it's just that I've never seen dogs in their propaganda for paradise, and they're there now.
Wait, I know what it is. The art department has never failed me.
What is it then?
The art department is telling us things through that drawing. They got a police dog and they got a girl with glasses. Now let's try to take that apart. Maybe they're telling us the health information is flawed and it's very totalitarian.
Maybe so.
Before the so-called sin fell, right? They were naked. So I'm wondering if they go back to perfection, if we're going to be close. You know, because that's right. I always thought we were supposed to wear like togas in paradise and have like, yeah. You know, we can governing body about that because before they were, sinned, they were naked. How come they don't put a real picture of the paradise as us being naked and not knowing what that is?
That's right. That's right. We should be skinny dipping in that lake with the sailboat.
It's true. I mean, if you're going to look at it that way, it's really a good question to ask them. You know?
Well, one of my most shocking days, Dan, was I started looking at the paradise pictures and I realized all those people are dead. I shed a tear and I realized, what there? Are we going to walk into paradise? Like they always told me, the end will come, and we got that tribulation picture where they're walking down the lane and they're all hopeful and they're just going to walk into paradise. And then I looked at that other picture and they're got the tick-ticks and I thought, wait a minute, they're all dead.
That's
So it's really the spiritualist church of the 1800s. I mean, look at the Millerites, great disappointment, the Russell, and the spirit filled with what to do and the automatic writing, and it's really the spiritualist church, which some of my stage leaders told me about.
It really is. My YouTube video said they were channelers. And I said they are channelers, and they aren't the young. They say they're the mediators. They strike this even the mediators because they
not anymore.
That he handed over all his belongings to the governing body. He said, "Good and faithful servant, I give you all my belongings. So you're going to be the dominant." And then and then they said we get spiritual food at the proper time. So truthfully, the Red Church, I mean, it's not channeled. It's really a channel. They're not here anything. It's just men throwing together stuff because I know people in Southall, and that were in those departments that we just had a corporate meeting. What are we going to throw in the Watchtower this week? But the fact of the matter is, in a way, they're professing that their family. We're the only ones who fear God. You can't read the Bible for yourself. We're going to give you your spiritual food that's coming from Jehovah's Jesus at the proper time. But they are channeling material. In a sense.
But Russell, he was a faithful and discreet slave in his own writing. That kind of, I fell off my chair at that point, too.
What was he?
That in Russell's full book, for himself, he said of himself, quote, I am the faithful and discreet.
Yeah, and how much is even less? That you better look to us like your life depends on it, because it does. He didn't say your life depends on listening to Jesus and Jehovah. He said you better look to us like your life depends. So they're proclaimed mediums, although they claim they're not. They claim they're not anything. They're not spirit guided, and yet they're telling me you better listen to us. Jehovah told us. Jehovah wants us to tell you, honor Jehovah with your valuable things. And I think I honestly think that's a magic word that they can get witnesses to do anything. Jehovah said. It's
and there's a little programming there for sure. And did you see the chart they had in one of the recent magazines? It was a more modernistic line drawing. It wasn't the lush paintings that we're used to. But they had a corporate table with an angel at the other end of it.
Oh my God.
And then they showed the rank and file on a kind of the lower part of the drawing, and it kind of went around in a circle, but not quite. And so they're at this corporate table with an angel at the table and these little tiny drawings. Jesus was to be found in the drawing.
Whoa.
And I know I can't go back now, not only after they tried to extort my mother's property, but now that another reason that I can't come back, because there's a corporate drawing in this picture with an angel at it, and there's no Jesus in it. Where's the New Testament?
That's what's interesting. Here's what's interesting. We know when we were in there, it was all about Jehovah. And when I listen to the stuff about it, and listen to the stuff, they're like, our man, Jesus was the most important man in all of Israel. And I'm like, they're trying to sound like mainstream Christianity. And they're not mainstream Christianity. You know what I'm saying?
No!
But yet, like you said, he's not found in the literature.
He's not in the picture. He's kind of corporate.
Yes, that's amazing. That's really amazing.
That might work for some other people. I mean, they've got countries, they've got Africa and other continents and things, and all the branch off. So, talking to an animist group who might think converting Genghis and the Native American guy is cool, maybe that's where they're putting their. Maybe that's noticed. Christ is in the picture.
You know what else? I was listening to all the updates with Watchtower and all those guys. And honest to God, and it's already been brought up in next grade, but they're using teleprompters. Even less, all of them.
Well, I've worked in television. There's nothing wrong with reading it. I mean,
there's something from the heart. I was listening to them saying, we'll return back to the meeting, and because we're returning back to the meeting, Jehovah is happy with us, and we find great excitement going back to the meeting and being back with our brothers. I mean, it was so robotic and mechanical. It was like, wow. There was no feeling to it. There was no genuineness to it. You know what I mean?
They've always been corporate, even with Noor. They didn't have. They never cared about us. They never cared about us. I saw Noor in his picture. He wouldn't stop to talk to me. I thought he was going to stop to talk to me when I was 3 years old. I was looking forward to it. We went right past him and all those women. He didn't even stop one time.
Wow. Wow. I think I would have left a long time ago out there and everybody.
Yeah, well, I
saw them there. But they really do think that. They think, you know what I'm thinking, the way I look at it now, that there's no judgment. There's no, they're just playing the role. You know, I don't know if it makes any money, but, you know, it's a rough over the head or whatever. They break their soul from them. And it's sickening.
There's a business book called Snakes. I recommend it.
What's it called?
Snakes?
Oh, up there.
Snakes and Suits.
Oh, Snakes and Suits. Okay, I'll have to check that out.
And it's a $1 business. It's in the business.
Okay, I'll read it. Very interesting.
It is. Oh, and the show Mad Men.
It's called Mad Men.
It's very beautifully shot. It's New York about Madison Avenue and the advertising business. And it's got some terrific actors in it.
Gotcha.
And the girl that plays the prime main secretary, she's the one that went over and starred later in what's the show where they've got the red dress? Handmaid's Tale.
Okay.
Is that a movie?
Yeah, it's one of those expensive soap operas, you know, like a Netflix thing or something. I don't know how you can get Mad Men now, but it's about 12 parts. And about episodes in, I looked at that and I said, yeah, this is about Madison Avenue. On hand, kind of looks like my dad. And I thought, well, what if that's what how the witnesses are? And they've all got 2 martini lunches back in the 50s. They've got beautiful secretaries that really have no power, but they run the show. And then they've got these corporate men. And I thought, yeah, that's they had a love up there in Brooklyn about this era. So it's like they're pushing for but a big advertising system too. Don't forget they were advertising to our brains.
Right, and they control who had the president rule the world.
Yeah.
That's why worldwide they had presidents. They could reach the masses, and that's why they wanted this big thing they're building. Yeah. Wall killer where
So they're living in Hollywood.
Yeah, because, you know, sometimes there's 25 that are beautiful buildings with nobody in them. But when we went down to Transcending, Oregon, they're all tithing. They're all, you know, they all got satellite dishes. And I asked them, I said, we went down there, they said, you want a satellite dish? And I said, what? It's a 3ABN. Free Angel Broadcast Network, which is like the largest in the world.
Wow.
And all they do is run shows all day, and they get their money for different things. There's different tithes, different offerings, different, you know, there's tithes to buildings, tithes for events, tithes to this, tithes to the church, tithes to the pastor. And so what was interesting was we were in this one area in Grand Pan, and all the neighbors were in Venice, and they all had a tenant. So we visited the dad, went behind them. We visited the neighbor back there, which were and all of them had TV shows running 24/7.
Wow.
They're going to hook them up. They're not going to care if the hall is. They're already doing, you know, the giving. You know, Jehovah loves the simple giver. He was friends to go give. You know, so we're already hooking them up. They already got them hooked up to the tablet. They've already got them hooked up to the internet. They got them doing pretty good. They already got them travel on COVID. So now, the Master Teaching Center, I think it's going to be just 24/7 indoctrination. And they're going to be promoted like they're Christians on there. They're going to be like the one that said, we're going to make this Bible come to life. And I'm sorry, I know people, hang on to the Bible like it's anything, but it's a weapon. It's a weapon that's been used against people in a lot of things. I mean, there's people, I don't want to say it's all bad, but for the most part, weaponized like people. I encourage people, like, if you guys know my family, Angela's family, her brother's a vegetable, like my older brother. He's a vegetable. And they wait for the world for them. They're very upset. They're very angry. They're told they're not good. They make mistakes. They're going to get their place in paradise or heaven or, they worry all the time. They forget. It's been weaponized. It's got them in bondage. That's crazy. Because Angela's brother, he's like an off-the-chart genius. Now I look at him, and he walks across the yard with his shirt open, his head's down, angry, depressed, can't hear. Because his mother won't let him go to the doctor because they didn't believe the doctor in a minute. And so now they all have these radiation reactions. It's really sad.
It is sad.
I've just seen this. I saw was like models, like colorful models, and they died. I'm going to show you pictures of them. My dad was almost 500 pounds. He was depressed. And he said I failed to get this Jehovah, that's mental regulation of Jehovah. And my mother died. She said, Jehovah's going to kill me. And my relatives are in the worldwide, they're massively depressed that the world doesn't end in heaven. I don't know what they're after or what they're doing there, but to see people who have given their life over to what was written 200 years ago, and written 200 years after it happened, claim that it was absolutely true, and that it was born along the Holy Spirit who lives on every word. God help people.
Yeah, God help us. Yeah, there's a lot of men that aren't, we're not even all those homes, so we don't see all this mental constant tragedy of it.
Tell me if you don't think that well, like totally in the worldwide. Walk into a kingdom hall.
Well, I was here when I was doing my mother's prayer, and they would come here, and the mom turned to me one day, and we just have you in the baptism and not the Bible. Because I was doing that so that the caregiver knew want the patient, and she did one. And they bring sisters each week from the same people. Hey, I'm like, let's not remember dollars.
No, I think the Christian church, they stop at the door. Basically turns around. We've been in it's so weird and strange, and regular Christianity that's like, really goes out there. And we're like, I don't even want to be in there. Like people are demons controlling them, authoritarian. Women are left. It's mind-boggling. I've been in churches with me and my wife, my former wife, get into this. We left Jehovah's Witnesses together. We went to a Christian church, and my wife said, "Oh, here we are again. Let's go back to the diapers and then have all the responsibilities of the church." Yeah. She got bullshit and walked out.
You don't need it to be with the Almighty. You just don't need it.
No. In fact, the more we get into nature, the more we get into it. We really are slipping away the false self. Consciousness is made up of all the things we thought, helpful to us. I tell people that I was a witness that was just a belief of a program of, an ideology that I thought was real. But I said, what happened then? Who was I when the belief system went away? I was except I didn't have that belief system. I didn't believe anymore. So I always had you know?
Yeah. Well, my family got along better when we were camping. But, you know, we go back to eating in the home, and camping we don't do that. And my dad's like, yeah.
Isn't that such a great way of looking at it?
Yeah.
We're doing nothing. We're looking at
Each other and being a family.
Yeah.
My goddaughter, she has a wonderful daughter that's a Girl Scout, and they went on a family camping trip. She sent me these beautiful pictures because as a witness, I was Catholic, and so her daughter got confirmation, and I said, well, you're not attending very often, are you? Like, well, we should do more. I said, well, what about the camping thing? I said, that's where God is. You know, I think you're right. And so they go on these wonderful camping trips, learn skills, or to the Girl Scout trip for skills.
Have you ever been?
I have. But it was long ago and far away.
I went with my there's a place that brings right out the street, and we all drank out of the stream. It's a beautiful because we were there and drowned, people doing bowls, they were meditating, they were all beautiful in their own way. I actually fell in some water. I had my camera and my father and I'm looking at the women and looking at them and they're like, oh, man. You know, I'm like, I'm sorry, I just have to ruin the water and help me out. You know,
Well, that's your rebaptism.
But there was just, you know, I really, the last time we were there, I spent there 3 times this year. There were a couple times down on the couple fights by the place. Never been to the down.
I haven't had friends that went there. I can't go there.
Their mouth was dropped. One of the most beautiful places in the world. I went to the stuff. It was so wonderful. You get on a little smile and watch so much. It was back to the same room for me.
Oh!
That was all your money for whatever reason, all the down and why. And but it's a place where your mouth is all open and very spiritual, very metaphysical. So many spiritual, there's manifestation, you know, metaphysical, spiritual, and so is Mount Shasta. But Mount Shasta, was kind of there with the cards. I never felt so good. I could feel my energy rise in my body. I could feel myself like so pure here. And the people were wonderful. And I take it on like, oh yeah, the whole time they honored took us into these places where they were rivers and they were called little fly around and what they are. You know, little magic people speak fairies. Let me take this my fairy river. Down the Mississippi river, crystal clear. She said if you fly to a fairy and walked all around it. Let me take you to another place. There's a sacred place where it was a garden. They were food and that and all these different gardens in there. You could sit and meditate, whatever you wanted to. And they were all in there, 100 of them.
Wow.
Let me take you over here. Let me take you over there. All the strange. And the people out there were like they were people. I thought, don't you feel like something understand this? Because everyone expects everybody, everybody's smiling. There's not some people out of this walkway. There were religious not. Come on over and visit. Man, I think it felt that good. So I was up on the side of that video. talking about something hit you. You can't see it. Inside of Mount Jackson, in a ball over Mount Jackson, having now seen St. Francis. He said there's not there's not and he told the four stones. So that's where that thing hit me in the video and the live up there.
Wow.
Lots of stuff too. Remember the water was so good.
Pixie and Dan. Hello, Pixie and Dan.
Yeah.
The sound is starting to get wonky on YouTube, so I'm going to switch over to the phone and I'll let you know when I'm over there at the phone. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know what I was doing. Carry on.
But anyway, very interesting place. Very interesting place.
That's so interesting. This is a place, Ireland. The West
Have you ever?
I've been every place for the last why of all the states.
We were in Santa Fe, and I was doing a guy. He would do furniture that he'd pull wood out of bogs, and then he'd put crystals in and all kinds of sayings on the sides and everything. And he said, "We want to invite you to a magic conference, And I was like, "What is that?" And he said, "Oh, you'll see when you get there." So they brought some magician from